Welcome to Riyadh, the host city of MSC 2024, where legends clash and glory awaits.
Geçen sene MSC'ye eksik olarak katılmıştık. Burada tam kadro ve koçlarımız da tam kadro olduğu için çok iyi şeyler yapmak istiyoruz bu sene.
Nandito kami para patunayan at bawiin ang nararapat sa amin.
Kami tak pernah merasa kekalahan lagi. Masa untuk kami buktikan di pentas dunia gegasi merah yang sebenar.
Wala man kami dito nakaraang taon pero ngayon nandito na kami para iuwi ang tropeyo ng MSC.
Enggak. Itu nggak mungkin.
Alright, ladies and gentlemen, salam alaikum everyone. It's Abstract, your caster. Together with me here is Husky here on Stream B, and welcome to the Mid-Season Cup 2024 in partnership with Esports World Cup here at Riyadh. Today we'll be bringing you matches for the first day of group stage at the MLBB MSC 2024. I hope that you guys are all ready and excited because I'm pretty sure Husky and we both are.
Yeah, I was so excited that sleeping felt really hard yesterday. I was getting ready, getting mentally prepared for the games and the teams that we will see today. Like you mentioned, this is the first ever Esports World Cup, and what an honor to be starting off the group stage, for the show. It's the first show as well for EWC. We got all the representatives from around the world ready to show us what they're made of, and the best part of all, we got our representatives that is going to be playing on Stream B as well.
So, with Stream B is the one. Stream B is the one that you are watching right now. We have Stream B and Stream A. But before we even jump on to what exactly Stream A and Stream B entails, let's talk about the tournament format. With the wildcards has already been done, we have got one team, and that is Homeboys Malaysia, that have managed to seed themselves over to the group stage, where we have 16 teams consisting of 4 groups and 4 teams playing in a round robin of the best of 2 series, and in the event of tiebreakers, it's a best of 1, and only top 2 per group will head on over to the playoffs.
Yeah, and I think that makes it very, very exciting, right? Because there won't be any do-overs, and the fact that it is a best of 2 means that every single game matters for these teams. If you drop one game, if you get a draw somewhere down the road, you might end up in a tiebreaker situation. So I think this is going to really make some of these teams rethink what their strategy is going into the competition. Obviously, they already know what their groupings are, so that would make the job slightly easier. But at the same time, we're coming in at a phase of Mobile Legends Bang Bang where there are a lot of new things being introduced, right? We haven't even gotten into the bigger things, which we will discuss in a bit, which is the patch. And that means that we might see a lot of changes that will affect how the teams perform, because they might not have the most of time to prepare for what the opponents have cooked up for this new era.
We did have a slight glimpse of how that patch update is going to look like, in the wildcards, but this time it's going to be a little bit different. But before we even jump in and talk about Stream B and Stream A and the schedule itself, we do have a short little video lined up for you. So we'll check back in a short bit.
Welcome, Warriors, to the grandest stage of them all, the Esports World Cup in Riyadh. Here, legends are made and champions rise from the ashes of battle. Last year, we witnessed the meteoric rise of Fnatic Onyx from Indonesia as they claimed the MSC 2023 championship. Their impeccable strategy and relentless drive crowned them champions, but the story didn't end there. At the M5 Championship, Fnatic Onyx faced their toughest challenge yet, clashing with the mighty Falcons APBren from the Philippines. In an epic showdown, Falcons APBren emerged victorious with a nail-biting 4-3 victory, etching their name in history once again. Now, the question on everyone's mind, can Fnatic Onyx defend their MSC champion title? Or will the M5 champions, Falcons APBren, continue their reign of dominance? This year, the stakes are higher than ever as teams from around the world converge in Riyadh for a chance at glory. 3 weeks, 3 stages, 1 ultimate champion. Let's dive into the battlegrounds. First stage, the wildcard stage. 8 teams, 2 groups, 1 shot at glory. In this high-stakes round robin, every match is a best of 1, where victory and defeat hang by a thread. The top team from each group will face off in an epic best of 5 decider match. The winner moves on, the loser goes home. Simple, brutal, legendary. Stage 2, the group stage. 16 teams, 4 groups, battle-hardened and ready for war. This is where champions are forged. Each team faces off in a series of 2 matches. It's a marathon, not a sprint, where every point counts. If a tie breaks out, a sudden death best of 1 will decide their fate. The top 2 teams of each group advance to the playoffs. Lastly, the knockout stage. 8 teams, single elimination, no second chances. The quarterfinals and semifinals are grueling best of 5 matches, testing every ounce of skill and strategy. And the grand finale, a legendary best of 7 showdown where only the strongest will claim the crown. As the dust settles and the final moments draw near, the stakes have never been higher. Teams from every corner of the globe will battle fiercely in Riyadh, each one driven by the dream of glory. Southeast Asia's dominance is challenged as teams from other regions rise, ready to upset the balance and seize glory for themselves. The stage is set. The Warriors are ready. Who will emerge victorious? Welcome to the Mid-Season Cup 2024 of Esports World Cup in Riyadh, where legends are born and history is made.
We have got games after games after games lined up for you here in the B stream. And I am excited to reveal to you guys what exactly we are gonna be watching today. The stakes are high and we can expect super high octane games throughout the entirety of today. So make sure you guys sit back and relax, and maybe not relax, because I'm pretty sure that a lot of these nail-biting situations and games is gonna get you off your seat.
Yeah, I think Naisu said it really well in the format explainer, right? Every single thing is going to be brutal. This is going to be the beginning of the group stage, so of course we gotta look at what is entailed for all of us out there. 16 teams split into 4 groups. For Group A, we got EVOS Holy, Fireflux Esports, NIP Flash, and RQ Akira. For Group B, Fnatic Onyx, See You Soon, Selangor Red Giants, and Falcons, and Team Falcons.
And of course, when it comes down to all the other groups, we are starting to see them being completely hyped up. We are looking at 1 game per group. And we will just kind of talk a little bit more about the schedule right about now, because we've got different mix-ups, right? So for the very first games here in the group, in B stream, we are going to be taking a look at Cloud9 fighting against Falcon Esports first. And then later on, 1.5 hours later, we do have NIP Flash that's going up against Fireflux. For those people that are interested in Stream A, we do have Falcon APBren going up against XYG at this current timing, as well as Fnatic Onyx going up against Team Falcon 1.5 hours later.
Yeah, we got so many exciting matches today happening concurrently. So if you want to support your teams, do drop by whichever stream that is corresponding with that. Because for the 3rd series of Stream B, we have Team Spirit from EECA taking on Homeboys in a grudge match from M5 group stage. And we are going to close off Stream B with See You Soon taking on Selangor Red Giants. On the other hand, Stream A will have Team Liquid Philippines against Twisted Mind for the 3rd series, and EVOS Glory against RQ Akira for their last series. So with that being said, I think regardless of which stream our audience tune into for the EWC group stage, it is going to be high octane, it's going to be exciting, and it is going to, I feel like, be revolutionary in a sense, considering how fresh this group stage is going to feel like for every single player.
Indeed. Let me just remind everyone once again that we are looking at a best of 2 games for the entirety of today's group stage, all right? So we will only be looking at 2 games, no 3 games, no 5 games, only 2. And in the end of the day, all of these group stages, we are in all of these groups, only 2 teams will move on to the main stage, and 8 other teams, unfortunately, they will be relegated out of the MSC 2024. Now, we have pretty much talked about what is the schedule for today, and we did talk about the fact that we are going to be looking at Cloud9 versus Falcon Esports. So we have prepared something for you. In fact, XianYou have something prepared for you guys, as he's going to be reporting in to tell you guys a little bit more about this Cloud9 lineup. Take it away, XianYou.
Cloud9, an established esports organization from North America. Used to be BTK, Bloodthirsty Kings, as you guys might know, but now they're under the banner of Cloud9, and this is very exciting. Even for me personally, this is a team that I love to watch. Now, everybody knows about MobaZane and his powerfulness as a jungler, and I think he's going to shine on this patch too. They made waves in M3, and since then, I feel like they've struggled to really make a real move in the international scene, right? We have to see them kind of perform. We didn't get to see them last MSC, unfortunately. So now I think a lot of people, their eyes are on Cloud9 to see how they perform this time around. And honestly, I'm not joking here. I think we got to keep an eye on the GOAT, Mielo, because I've heard some things, man. I've heard some things about their scrimmages, and apparently he is now one of the top players for this team. So let's see if he lives up to it.
With that all said and done, and thank you, XianYou, let's take a look at Cloud9's lineup as we have Milo, MobaZane, Marcuti, Cold World, as well as Basic. Now, Husky, what can you tell me about, and tell me and the rest about the Cloud9 that we see here?
I think, first of all, MobaZane, as XianYou pointed out, the figure of NA MLBB, the one that brought NA onto the world stage, onto the golden era during M3. He did not make it for M5, but now this return is going to be kind of a redemption arc, right? To answer the question, has NA fallen off the world map? Is NA as good as they were, a year or 2 before? I think MobaZane has a lot to prove, alongside the likes of Mielo, which XianYou also pointed out is considered to be potentially one of the best players right now according to scrimmages results. And the current patch also kind of favors what Cloud9 has to bring to the table. When you look at the NACT finals, they face off against Gaming Gladiators. Cloud9 have demonstrated they are very decisive when it comes to punishing mistakes. So I am very excited to see if Cloud9 can maintain that momentum today.
This is the resurgence of the MobaZane effect. We did manage to see MobaZane bring the team up into the world stage and immediately showing impact. But unfortunately, the past few international tournaments, we haven't really quite seen MobaZane. And unfortunately and coincidentally, we didn't really quite see the power of the North American scene as well. So this is definitely going to be one of the questions that we need answered. Is there really such thing as the MobaZane effect? We also do need to talk about Coach Midnight coming in for Cloud9's lineup, right? So I'm super excited to see what they have got here, but we gotta have to move on over to Falcon Esports, which we have Royal Milk, Dax, PX7, KidX, as well as Benny. Now, same thing, Husky. What do we have here?
I think first of all, we have to talk about the last appearance on an international event, right? Which is MSC 2023. And I'm talking about Royal Milk and Benny. They were under Phoenix Esports at the time. Not the best results, unfortunately. And even on the world stage in the M series, the Myanmar representatives were not able to kind of leave a mark that is deep enough to be remembered. So right now with Falcons Esports, I think this lineup has a lot to prove. Even in recent tournaments, their recent performance have shown that Benny in that gold lane it's very, very lethal. And what allows Falcons to have an edge, or Falcons esports to have an edge over their opponents, is when they get put on that red side, when they have the chance to counter draft their opponents. This is where I think they will have an edge over Cloud9. Special mentions out to Dax, because I think this guy at 17 years old has done wonders in the role of the jungler. And with this patch right now that gives a more leeway to assassins, we might see Dax pop off and perhaps gap Mobile Zane. That's something I'm looking forward to.
Now, one thing that might be different, not say might, but one thing that we know that will be different is that Falcon Esports will not rotate their players like what they did in MSC 2023 when they were in Phoenix. So perhaps that is going to be quite a bit of a difference coming into today's MSC group stages.
Yeah, I mean, it's a redemption story, right? For both teams, they have an arc. Cloud9 is looking to bring NA back onto that world stage and tell people that, hey, we might not make it out, we might not have made it out of M5 groups last season, but maybe because Mobile isn't there. That's something that he said himself. And as we talk about the current state of the game with the new patch, we can put aside Jushin because she will not be draftable in MSC 2024. Zas as well, even though he went through some adjustments, I don't think it's too big of an impact. But we do have Sky Piercer though, one of the premier, cheapest item in the game right now that allows you to snowball out of control, has an execute effect. But for me, the new effect for the Lord is the most important one in the entire patch, because it does affect how you play the Lord dance, right? You can't just hold the Lord hostage for a century and hope that your opponents grow tired of the tango. The Lord punishes you for holding him hostage for too long. So this, I think, Team Liquid Philippines did mention this before, that it has affected how they play that macro, and I want to see how this translates to other teams' macro as well.
With this new update, it's pretty much fair to say that a lot of heroes are going to be it's just going to be a lot faster when it comes down to reaching their power spikes with the new and improved items, as well as Sky Piercer, of course, with a huge upgrade over to assassins. However, there is one thing that is different, which is of course the new tier 3 talent, Temporal Raid, that not only just changes the speed of which heroes go online, but it completely changes how some heroes are played. As such, coming into this patch update of 1.8.92, I'm always looking out for Temporal Raid. I always want to see what are the kind of creative scenarios and the creative solutions that all of these teams here in MSC 2024 may have in store for us that will shape the meta of MLBB.
Absolutely. I've been doing some theory crafting. I've been trying to test out what heroes work best with Temporal Rain. Haven't been able to find much of it, so I'm looking forward to see if the teams have cracked the code. But Warcry, that's a completely different beast. So much damage from early to late game. But I also want to remind you guys to mark down your calendars, because on the 7th of July, the Soul of Vessel series skins for both Amon and Hanabi will be released. For Amon, it's the Vessel of Deceit, and for Hanabi, it's the Vessel of Rage. They are slated to have a stunning reveal in a couple of days. So if you are a lover of these two heroes, get your hands on it. Hades, I'm looking at you. Better use that Amon skin if you pick him.
Amon, we haven't really seen the skin for the longest time ever. In the meantime, Hanabi has got a plethora of it. It's outright an arsenal of skins that people are just gonna have a lot of problems choosing which one do I want. But for Amon, just like, yeah, Vassal of Deceit, that is what we're gonna be working with. And perhaps maybe in the few days in, something along those lines, we might be able to see a little bit of these revelation of these skins.
Yeah, absolutely. So I think that this is going to be very exciting. Well, skins aside, this is what we're going to be looking for the first series. Cloud9 against Falcons Esports. Again, it's about redemption. Both have the same destination. They both have the same goal, but kind of motivated by different factors, right? Cloud9 is trying to restore the glory to NA, whereas for Falcons Esports is to restore pride for themselves, especially for certain players. We talked about Benny and Royal Milk, but even PX7 gave a lackluster performance in last year's MSC, and Myanmar as a region, as a whole, has been struggling a little bit. Remember, when M-Series was first introduced, Myanmar was at the top. They almost became champions during M2, only falling short to second place to Brent Esports. So perhaps this is kind of the rise of Myanmar again as a region, but they have to go through Cloud9 first.
Now, this lineup, or rather, the region, the competition between these two regions, NA and the Myanmar side, both of them has been eliminated in the group stage in MSC 2023, and that is one thing that we want to see being changed. In fact, I'm pretty sure that we have a lot of people calling out favorites. And one thing that we gotta have to look out for, not only from Cloud9, but from the side of Falcon Esports, want to look at this one person, and that is Dax, the 17-year-old Wonder Kids matchup against MOBA Zaid. How would that fare? Unfortunately, that is probably only something that we will be able to see once the game actually commences.
Yeah, I share the same sentiment. I want to see how Dax performs, right? Because this is going to be a lot of pressure for him. I think this is probably one of the biggest stakes he's been on, and if he's been here before, the stakes are definitely considered the highest right at this point of time, right? Even in terms of prize pool and how you need to do what you need to do to qualify for playoffs. MOBA Zaid, he has shown composure, he has shown a variety of hero pools that a lot of us would deem ineffective, but he made it work. And I know Dax, he plays at Assassin. Skypiercer looks really juicy with its cause, but can the rest of Falcons Esports kind of back him up? I think that is what's going to separate these two teams. Because I mentioned Cloud9, they will punish you if you start making rash decisions, and that's something that I feel like FCon might kind of lean towards if the game goes out of their control. So discipline is what's going to allow Falcon Esports to get the upper hand over Cloud9.
One thing that we also gotta have to look out for is probably drafting stage, right? We have seen a pattern whenever Falcon Esports, whenever they have themselves second pick, they often win because they are just that great at counter drafting. So perhaps that is probably going to be one of the key ways to win for the side of Falcon Esports, but maybe things are a little bit different and maybe they're just going to flip the script for a tad little bit. But, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to put you guys at the edge of your seat for now because we are going to go off for a short little break. And once we are back, we will deliver to you guys the high-octane game between Cloud9 versus Falcon Esports.
me falling in MSC, and I think I've spoken to some of the analysts and some of the casters and the players. They feel like that hero is gonna be great when it is available now.
I gotta ask you, right? Because we gotta look at the EXP lane. Flap TZ going up against KLVJ. KLVJ used to be a jungler, but now he's transitioning into the EXP, which I've talked with some of the teams in their region. The EXP laners are really the carries for the team.
Oh, yeah, I definitely agree with that, especially with the meta game that we have. There was a time where EXP laners were, you rely on them when it comes to setups, but now you're relying on them when it comes to damage and scaling. KLVJ, if you look back at the previous history of this kid, actually plays the side lanes. Back then, we didn't have the EXP and the gold lane, so he's technically
good old times.
the good old times. They call him the quote-unquote off lane, which is also a very farm-heavy type of lane that you rely on. And KLVJ, I think reports say that he is now very comfortable in that lane.
I think considering how team fight centric a lot of neutral objectives will be contested in the early game, the meta is shifting to, these XP lanes are going to have an even bigger role to play. So we've been seeing a lot of the playmaking XP laners all around the world. Heck, even if we go back to the M5 World Championships, Finals MVP was Flap TZ.
Yeah.
The man who was able to create the most impact in the Grand Finals was Flap TZ on the XP, just absolutely stomping on his lane and then utilizing that on other lanes and other team fights.
Personally, for me, I feel like Warcry is one of the reasons why the XP lane has been so impactful, right? Because
not Temporal Rain?
Dude, it's Warcry. Warcry all the way, because again, that extra 8% of damage makes you dominate your lane. And we know the simple rule about the EXP lane, if you're 2 levels ahead, you win the game, buddy. Even if you lose the game. As an EXP laner, you know you won.
You won lane.
2 levels ahead of who, though?
Of the XP lane.
Other XP lane. Oh, wow. I haven't seen any of that happen. If that happens...
Oh, that happens so many times to me.
Okay.
And that's why I'm now just a roamer.
So you were an XP before? You weren't able to abuse the wild card? Or the Warcry?
I would appreciate if you don't bring up my pass on live television.
You know what? It's fine, LaFell. We won't talk about your Warcry pass, all right? Let's talk about the XP lane, because again...
I just cry.
It's okay. That's why it's called the Warcry, right? You slash off the war, he doesn't get the war. You know what? It's okay, LaFell.
Thank you.
Now you can use the Temporal Rain or maybe the Warcry in Rome.
Can you let Wolf talk?
Maybe.
Yeah.
You want to talk?
What do you want me to talk about?
The Warcry and the XP.
Warcry and the XP. I don't know why you thought about that.
And jungle.
Yeah, I've done a lot of interesting tests about Warcry. Unfortunately, I think it only fits with some of the marksmen, attack speed based marksmen. I think it's applicable to some of the damage type or slash assassin type of junglers, right? Sometimes we say that jungler assassin is the thing. I would label it as damage junglers instead. It's not really just about the assassins, although
dude, have you tried Yuzong?
Yuzong in the jungle?
No, Yuzong Warcry.
Yuzong Warcry?
It's an XP lane.
It's amazing. Like, you know the Shara through the pool?
Yeah.
That gets 8% as well.
Yeah, that's right. If you
I am right.
Do you land it properly, though?
Dude, this is right. I can play Yuzong Rome, and it will not work out, but it will feel good.
It's okay as long as you feel good.
Yeah. But then again, yeah, Warcry, I think it's it still is an emblem that you pick up when you want to deal the damage. You want to be the damage dealer of the team. You're like the core of the team. But otherwise, if you're a utility, like if you're the XP and you want to go for the setups instead, you're not going to be relying on damage. Just go for something along the lines of a quantum charge so that you can set up properly. It's still role-based in the end of the day.
But Mirko, don't we always want to go full damage? Even as a roam.
That's true.
Even though I'm not Baloy, I want to go full damage.
Lubukan Baloy.
Lubukan Baloy.
Gua bisa pakai Harley Rome. That means I can use Harley Rome.
Yeah.
Anyone can use Harley Rome, but not everybody can execute it properly.
Okay, here's the thing. You guys have heard our analysts talk. We've been talking a lot about the heroes being used as well as the emblems that's being used. Again, I personally want to see a lot more of the Warcry, the Sky Piercer as well. It really depends on the team whether they want to put it in the jungle or the gold lane. We haven't seen so much in the EXP. We've even seen one in Rome when using the Hilda. But either ways, that's neither here or there. This MSC will shape up. This MSC will shape up the meta. Whatever you guys are playing in rank, hey, things will shape up. You've seen Roger, hearing from the players. You might see more bait. You might even see Natalia. You might even see some crazy fighters in the roam. So far, it's only the Hilda as well as the Arlet. But again, who knows? I'm surprised we haven't seen a lot of Paquito.
Yeah, I think there will be a lot of Paquito this meta game just because when there are assassins, you're looking for farm type slash split push type of fighters in the XP lane, which, you know, Benedetta as well as Paquito, they're gonna fall into that place. And Skypiercer, Paquito, man, that's... Whew. What a quit the game. Exactly.
And that's what's interesting about what we saw in the wild card, because in the wild card we didn't get to see a lot of the Paquitos. We didn't get to see the Benedettas at all as well. We saw like one Benedetta throughout the wild card. And for the most part, the wild card teams, they really put an emphasis on team fight. It's all about getting the damage output heroes.
Sure.
Even in the roam, Edith was a super prio pick. They would go for it in the first phase, even banning it out away from each other. So the fact now that you have a lot of setters in the XP lane that is getting so much more value because of the war cry, because of the changes into the war axe as well. Like the Terizla, you get so much sustain, so much damage. How is it all going to play out? If the Paquito, is the Paquito going to show up more in the main stage? You said it will, but the wild card says it a bit differently, right? He says, yeah, it could work, but the Terizlas and Yuzongs have been better.
Now, I feel like it becomes a question, is it because of the draft or because of the player, right? Some players don't care about the draft. Just give me a Paquito and it will work. Some teams might be like, in this draft, yeah, it won't work. What do you think? Is it more draft or the player?
I think definitely it's more about the player slash the team, the way that they're very comfortable with it.
Yeah.
Maybe the wildcard teams aren't yet very comfortable about this kind of split type of compositions. But I'm sure that if you look at the roster of the players that we have right now in MSC, you know that there are really good players that play this Paquito well. Like the gentleman that you saw earlier, it was Flapteasy.
Yeah, right now we're looking at the ROG ping test as well. Both teams are setting up. They're both getting ready. And again, personally for me, Wolf, I don't know about you, but even looking at the wild card, I feel like aggression is the key. And specifically the first 3 turtles, right? I feel like out of 3 turtles, the second one is the most important. But Mirko, what do you think?
I think at this point, every single turtle is going to be very, very important. We've seen that a lot of teams in the early game, even with a 2,000 gold lead, it looks like they're dominating.
It feels like 6,000.
Exactly. The gold lead that you have in the early game, it almost gets amplified because of how much team fighting is prio now, right? Because, again, you get the first 2 turtles, and you are able to dictate the pace of the game instantly. You can invade the jungle. You can force some of these team fights away from their even turrets, sometimes diving in their turrets with just a 2,000 gold lead. Now, maybe you can go and deep dive into this, Wolf. Why are we seeing the gold lead in the early game be amplified in the way that we're seeing?
Yeah, I think it's mainly because of the changes with the Lord, which I'm going to be talking about later. But for now, it's the Skypiercer. I think that really allowed for teams to really dive. That's the stacks, the automatic execution, and the fact that it's very cheap. You know, it's very affordable.
Yeah,
it's easy
1,500,
to
man.
just, you know, get it, team fight, and then snowball off of that. Now you can dive, and it's very rewarding to go for snowball type of compositions nowadays. Now, if you're looking at about why aggression is rewarded heavily in this patch, it's mainly because of the Lord dance as well. I don't know if you've tried dancing with the Lord right now.
Oh,
it's
we've
so
tried.
difficult, dude.
No, it's like we dance with the Lord, we die.
Exactly.
It's not a dance anymore.
Yeah, exactly. So it's a totally different dance that we're doing. And you definitely cannot face the Lord now, even if you're a tilted jungler. Basically, yeah.
We dance and then we break down and we cry.
Yeah, you get your bones broken. But, I mean, technically, for teams like Falcons APBren, we've been known, I mean, in the M5 World Championships as well, how they were always able to get the advantage was through the macro game, right? They wanted to go for these forced errors across the map, utilizing their macro advantage, and then ultimately using the Lord Dance to get the better team fight.
Yep.
Now, what does that put, like, where does that put Falcons APBren? Are they going to like the change of having no Lord Dances or having a very different type of Lord Dance?
Go Bunga Bunga. Don't think about it, just do it.
Is that what Trevor does?
I think so.
I feel like, you know, personally for me, apologize instead of asking for permission. Do first, think later.
Don't try that at home.
Don't try that.
But what I want to say is that if you look at M5 and MPL PH season 12, the trait that well, they were called APBren back then, but the trait that Falcons APBren had was they were very aggressive. They are so early game centric. Although they fail in the late game, they still are very successful in many games because they end the game fast. I think that will be rewarding right now, especially because they can flex their jungler and their mid laner. For example, let's talk about the Julian. And you're going to see the Julian get picked up a lot when there are Filipino teams, because we know that the Filipino junglers and the position for mages or mid laners can substitute between assassins. Like Julian, for example, can play it in jungle, can play it in the mid lane. Yeah, so you can expect that. Even a Hellcurt in the mid lane is viable nowadays. So that will happen.
And we got to talk about XYG as well. One of the key players is definitely Lung, an amazing gold laner. But again, going up against other teams here in MSC, where they're really looking at the early game as well as the mid game power spike, I feel like if they secure Lung's hero early, he's got to be very careful. If he takes something that scales a little bit too long, the entire draft has to revolve around him, Mirko.
That's what I'm actually, you know, kind of worried about for both these teams, because even for Falcons APBren, this is the same kind of concern that I have for Super Marco. You mentioned earlier that for Falcons APBren, they like to go for the early game compositions. That's why the Brody was such a big pick at the M5 World Championships. And yeah, for XYG, I don't know. Do you want to go for more early game? Do you want to double down on that early game with a high pressure gold lane like a Harith, like a Roger? Or do you want to put him in the weak side? Because again, if we take our reference from the wild card, most teams who found success with heroes that actually scale up in the gold lane. The Roger's been finding more success in the jungle compared to the gold, and I am actually thinking both teams should try to do that first, right? Have that late game insurance in the gold lane with Long or with Super Marco, and then the rest of the team, they try to scramble, they try to brawl it out for that early game.
Yeah. And the thing is, when we were talking about scaling, some of the early game some of the heroes that are good in the early game can also be scaling. It's just that in the mid game, they're really, really bad. Like, I'm talking about assassins here. For example, in the first 2 minutes of the game, Hayabusa and Ling, very strong. Roger as well, in the jungle.
Oh, yeah.
If you use them, you snowball off of it. But come to mid game, when when you need it to farm up, when the enemy roamers have their first item up, it kind of feels like you cannot kill anyone anymore. You need more items. So it's like you have to solve the mid game now. You have good scaling because you're a jungler, assassin jungler, and you have your gold laner. But in the mid game, you have to kind of find out where you have to be farming. Do you contest the turtle against a utility jungler? Do you give up the first lord just to secure your buffs or something like that? So yes, scaling is rewarded in the patch right now, but I think it's more about like how do you solve the mid game problem where you need to farm.
I know I'm just a host here, but if I can put my 2 cents here, I feel like quite a few assassins that have a strong power spike when they get 2 kills before 4 minutes, I feel that they look pretty good, because we've seen a Hayabusa, the changes that the Hayabusa has, makes it so that his farming speed is the same pace as a Nolan. And if you can farm the same speed as a Nolan, that's insane. I've seen Hayabusa go first item, Sky Piercer, and that kind of solves his problem, right? Even if he doesn't have enough damage, as long as the mid laner, say something like a Faramis, able to deal splash damage, get everybody under the 4% threshold, and then getting a triple kill on the first or second turtle just skyrockets the Hayabusa's damage. Of course, so far in terms of meta assassin picks, we've only seen the Ling, we've seen the Hayabusa. Other than that, we haven't seen anything else.
The Nolan, I guess, right?
Yeah, the Nolan, but
we haven't really been seeing Lancelot even. Despite the Lorax changes, you know, a lot of people have been actually trying out the Lancelot, trying to make it work, but yeah, hasn't actually worked out.
Yeah, for sure. But I think you're going to see Lancelot in this tournament, one way or another.
There you go.
Julian is going to be one of the choices as well. That's
Is it super prio? You're throwing out Julian a whole lot right now. Because, I mean, it's flex, and you're saying it's really, really good.
I mean, like
roles.
Okay, sorry to interject, but I feel like one of the heroes that can fight the Ling pretty well is the Julian.
Exactly. So that's your Ling counter, definitely. When it comes to like farming speed, as well as when it comes to like, you know, 1v1, Julian will actually win it against the Ling. It's like
is it a pure counter or is it a skill matchup?
Skill matchup for sure.
Yeah, you know where basically you know where the Ling lands, right? Because once he uses Tempest of Blaze, you have 1 out of 4 chance. You know which area he's gonna land, and then you just throw your enhanced chain.
Yeah. Here's the thing, right? The first combo that you do for the Ling, you force the ultimate, right? And then you kind of him by dashing or using your retribution, and then after a few seconds, after 7 seconds, you have another combo again. The Ling is now in trouble. Ling has to fly away, which means that if the Ling is flying away from the fight, means that he will not be able to deal the damage anymore because he's just out of there. So that's how the Julian counters the Ling.
Speaking of a lot of the counters, you know, again, I want to bring it back to the wild card because we saw a whole lot of winning matchups in the gold lane, LaFell, that just wasn't used as a winning matchup, right? Roger versus Moskov. We saw Harith versus Moskov as well. Yep. And some of these lanes just didn't go the way that we were thinking it would go. Yep. And I think for this particular matchup, that's something we need to talk about because if Super Marco gets a big pick in the gold lane, say he gets a Brody or Roger, that early game, very snowbally, very bully type of laner, you're going to expect that lane to get steamrolling. Maybe the whole Falcons APBren, they might be playing towards Super Marco if he gets an early lead.
I feel like during the wildcard, it really is about missed timings because I feel like now the turtle is much more important. So you want to gank the EXP lane, perhaps in the patches before. You see maybe some help coming into the gold lane, so perhaps they're adjusting to it.
Yeah.
But what do you think, Wolf?
Yeah, to be fair, no, I think we have to really look back at the root cause of why the wildcard looks really funky when it comes to like whatever is happening, where we have our expectations and different things happen. It's because the patch was very new that time.
Very new.
I think we have to give credit to all of the teams that played the wildcard. It's difficult to play in that kind of scenario where
Best
the
of
patches
one,
were
too?
best of ones, patches dropped. You're not prepared. Sometimes you know that you're very strong coming into the tournament, then come a new patch, you're not strong anymore. I think that's probably the root cause of why we're looking at the games in the wildcard and we get surprised so much. Like there was an Alice Angela.
It was KBG.
Exactly. They lost after like dominating. It's like it's very unpredictable because if it was a new patch.
Yeah, and again, I feel like very interestingly because the winners of the group stage, Homeboys, in terms of the bans as well, something we got to talk about is the bans where they ban out something that not other teams ban out. They ban out the Faramis, right? So it kind of shows, according to their data, the Faramis is definitely a big factor. And I feel like it should be a big factor because the Faramis is pretty strong when it comes to the turtle fights. And then late game, once the Faramis has 3 items, and we got to talk about how the glowing one change just made Faramis much stronger in the late game. No matter how strong your marksman skills, a 3-item Faramis can burst out most marksmen.
That's true, and Faramis is a problem when you're from a drafter's perspective, because let's just say you let it go, right? And then because the enemy has the Faramis, you are always thinking about, should I get an assassin? Because getting an assassin when the Faramis is up means that you don't have your efficacy is just reduced so much, and then you also have to counter it with a good laner or a Valentina. Right, and then you also have to answer it with the next lane choice of Lapu Lapu, get the Edith. It just poses so much problems that you'd rather just ban it out and just be free with your draft.
I think that could be said about Roger as well, doesn't it? I mean, for Faramis, you can technically dictate the drafts. You can try to force out that Valentina, the Lapu Lapu, some big AoE abilities to get rid of the Netherrealm or to just, face off against the Netherrealm. Roger, we've seen a bit of the same in the wildcard too. When the Roger gets picked up, you either get slain by him, T2K were able to utilize it so many times, getting Maniacs left and right, or you go for a Mincetar. You go for a big pick that can counter the Roger, that can counter that dive composition. Even the Odette we saw. That was what we were talking about earlier. So does the Roger fall under that category as well? Will it be super prio here, just like the Faramis?
Definitely. I think Roger is a valid first pick because you don't really give up any of your composition. Roger can be played in jungle as well as the gold lane. And the thing is, if you're going to be looking at the heroes that can actually outlane Roger, there's just a very few of them. There's an argument that Harith wins over the Roger, but that's also a skill issue. Moscow versus Roger, also a skill issue,
Agreed.
So, skills matchup, not a skill issue. But yeah, that's the thing with Roger. It's prio because it fits in almost any kind of lineup. It can be a jungler and it can be a gold laner. And if you theoretically lose the matchup, you can just call your roamer and then everything's good afterwards.
Yeah, besides that, I would say Roger has one of the cheaper build paths where I've seen multiple games where the Roger has 3 items. The opposing side only has 1. I mean, sure, getting more kills make it so that you have more gold, but still, it's very insane when 3 items is equivalent to, say, a 2-item build on a different carry. But we got to talk about KillVJ as well. Despite being so new to the team, he has learned some simple Chinese words, and we gotta understand that moving to a different team, understanding their cultures, it's a lot of things to catch up on, right? And I feel like it's not just him, but the entire team has to adjust to him as well.
That's right. Some of these imports definitely make it look so easy.
Oh,
They just import, they just go to a different country, and it just feels like they are part of that country already.
Yeah, definitely, man.
We saw that from Yeb, we saw that from Kyrie, and now we're seeing that from KillVJ. And like you said, the interesting thing about this team composition, the lineup, is the fact that the team also needs to try to communicate together with KillVJ. And it seems they've been able to do that very, very quick, all the way from the start of the Chinese qualifiers. They were just doing really, really good. They had the grasp on the meta. And like you said, I think KillVJ, he brings that presence. As a veteran, he understands how to play the game, but he's also able to teach the other players how to actually control the game all the way from the start.
Yeah, I think it's the language of the game, right? If you just show them how it's done and just
Exactly.
point at things, you eventually, naturally teach all the players what the meta game is and what the meta game will be. And KLVJ, I think the way that he adjusted in this region is very commendable, because we know for sure that I mean, the culture of the Philippines is totally different from the different culture. At least, you know, when the Onyx Exodus happened, when Yeb and Kyrie and Baloy went to Indonesia, at least there's a lot of like commonalities between the cultures. So it's easily understandable how they adapted so quickly. But KLVJ and the speed of his adaptability, it's top notch.
Speaking of adaptability, we got to talk about GodYang as well. He used to play gold, and now he's a roam, and he's happy with it because the coach is like, you know, as good as you are on the gold, but dude, roam is where it's at.
You know what? I can actually kind of relate to this, right? Because I'm a gold laner, and I've actually been playing a whole lot of roam. And as a gold laner, you kind of have that understanding of what the gold laner needs. You kind of peel for him in the team fights as well. Sometimes people who actually go and transition from other roles, they're like, yeah, I just want to go in, right? An XP lane to a roam, he's like, I want to go in, just like LaFell right here. That's what he does. He leaves me in the lane alone. I die a couple of times. You can say skill issue, Wolf, but you know, I would just say team issue. I know, roamer diff. But no, I'm not talking to you. I'm talking about you. Anyways, when you go from a gold lane to the roamer, you're more of that, you know? You're cool. You understand what the gold lane needs.
I mean, it really depends. What if the roamer really doesn't like the gold laner? Maybe that's part of the reason why he never ganks that lane.
Is it because the gold laner never wants to speak to that roamer?
It could be, even though they speak roughly the same language, but they're like, maybe because they speak the same language, they understand when they're talking behind their backs.
Fun fact, Baloyski used to play a lot of marksman. Like,
see?
With the gold lane. Technically, it was the gold lane, but it wasn't called the gold lane before. But yeah, Baloyski was a Claude main before.
Yeah, and now we're jumping straight to the draft where Falcon APBren will be on the first pick. XYG will be the second pick. Now, this is going to be interesting, gentlemen. We got to see what are the prio bans here coming up where, again, first pick, Falcon APBren. We've seen a lot of Louis picks.
Rogers even.
Rogers,
Chip.
Angelas, Chip. We got to see what they decide to do.
Ooh, look at this, by the way. Amazing stage. But, Wolf, I definitely got to be asking you right now. First pick and second pick. We've been seeing a whole lot of difference from our MPL ID leagues as well. In the regular season, Blue Side has been finding so much more success. But then in the playoffs, it starts off as Blue Side centric, but then it ends up being a red side dominance.
Yeah, I would say that it's with the heroes that we have right now, especially with the rise of Ling and whatnot, maybe teams will prioritize the blue side. You can really swing everything come the last two picks. For example, you go for flex picks and then finalize your draft in the last two picks. It's easier to kind of control the draft from that standpoint. However, there are so many teams in MSC that actually favor the red side. For example, Fnatic Onyx, we know that Coach Chip is there. Coach Chip loves the red side pick because of the second pick. So, yep.
That's actually a fun fact because, you know, they love the red side so much that even their opponents always take red side away from them, even though blue side has been finding way more success.
Yeah, exactly.
I feel like it is one of those things where people, I actually do agree. I feel like first pick is overall better where you can dictate the draft, but some teams just want to get a combo piece where I feel like it really is about testing each other. For example, if you know the opposing side can use the Ling Angela combo well, you may first pick the Angela just to break that combo.
Exactly.
So that makes the blue side or the first pick much stronger, but also makes the second pick or the red side very compelling. It's like we can get our combo piece immediately.
It's chess. It's basically a chess game, right? When we get into the drafts right now, especially considering now that we do get to see some of the bans already. Is that a first pick or is that a ban, right? That's the question. It does feel like it's a pick right now. It has been shown. We also have
Loyi.
2 picks.
Okay.
XYG.
So first pick Loyi.
Moskov and Edith.
Yep. Really like the combo picks. However, this is still Louis, a very strong pick. And what you combo up with the Moskov and the Edith is that you also flex this Edith. Now the Roger is going to come up. Probably a utility, another XP laner at this point. Teresa is open, usually comboed up with this kind of composition, as well as Arlet. However, we don't know the ban, so we can only guess here. I think if Arlet and/or Teresa is available, gonna be picked up in the third slot here from Bren.
Very interesting that Roger was picked up, but picked up after the third pick here. And it looks
There
like it is going to be
there's
the Turizla coming in from Falcons APBren. Looking at the bans here, it is going to be the Angela Vixana as well as Minotaur for Falcon APBren, and for XYG, it's going to be the Arlet Ling as well as Chip.
You get the mid laner, maybe a Novaria, because there's the presence of the Louis. Good combo with the Moskov as well, the Moskov-Varia combo. And the Vexana is going to be the game changer, however, which I feel like is not the best option, especially going up against like a Roger. Imagine they can jump to the Vexana and the Louis could go to the backlines. Vex is exposed here.
Good cover from all three of the heroes that we see from XYG. Technically for Moskov, self-peel with the Spear of Misery. We also have that Edith with the CC lockdown. And I think right now, if we take a look at XYG, it's all about team fighting and forcing their opponents to stay in that team fight. They have so much lockdown, so much CC, and technically even so much burst and even sustain damage. They have everything when it comes to the skirmishes. Meanwhile, for Falcons APBren, they really have to find creative angles with the Lo Yi. And this is something that I want to bring up, the Lo Yi. We saw the nerf onto the Lo Yi, the diversion. You're not able to find those creative angles as you used to. Before, you could just feint a lot of times, you know, you abuse that crazy cooldown on the diversion. Now you're a bit safer, and we've seen a lot of teams struggle with this because once you use it and you don't find the value out of it, it's so easy for you to counter.
Yeah,
no more diversion, punish.
That's my initial thought about the Louis, the nerfs, and I definitely agree with you that that will be a big hit because it was a very long cooldown. But then we start to see teams now still utilize it, and it kind of felt like, okay, yeah, sure, the cooldowns are longer, but in a team that's smart and the team that really knows the game of Mobile Legends from you know, from every single detail, they know how to use this Louis, and I think it's still a threat. The top teams that they expect, you have to still ban out the Louis. This is a very strong pickup, and I'm scared that XYG might not be prepared for it. Maybe they'll pick up the Yu Zhong along the way. It's one of those counters, which also KalVJ wants to pick when you're going up against Louis.
Look at those assassin bans.
Yep.
Fanny Hayabusa to round up the drafts for the red side. XYG, they really want to try to force the Roger in the jungle, I'm guessing, or force a utility jungler?
Yeah.
They want to force the utility jungler because they have a Vexana. And we've seen Wishing Lantern works well with Vexana. Having Vexana, Wishing Lantern, Glowing Wand, it kind of kills the tank jungler. So I feel like they're trying to force it out. But then Falcon APBren, they have an option for the Julian here. So honestly, even Roger in the jungle is completely fine. Yuzong getting banned out as well. So I kind of feel like SYG, they do want to skirmish, but I agree with you guys. It's going to be very dangerous for you to skirmish against a Louis. So what else is XYG looking for here, Wolf?
Maybe some sort of sustain, maybe somewhere alongside a Minotaur or a Matilda. They go for Nolan instead. Interesting. So this will be an assassin jungler. And usually what you counter with the Nolan is the Ling. However, that was already banned out. The Julian is still open for Falcons APBren, which also is a hero that you can match up, you know, 50-50 versus the Nolan. It's another skills matchup. And the Tigreal, this is an FCAP signature that they use against assassin junglers because they know that they can just invade constantly with that.
I think this could also be a lot of value that Falcons APBren get because it technically forces the Moskov on a Purify or a Flicker, depending on how you want to play it. But we've been talking a whole lot about the Moskov, Lafel. You know how the Moskov has been able to utilize that Inspire for the most part to win out in the lanes. Now with the Tigreal, I think that is crossed it. They basically have denied the Inspire away from the Moskov, and they pick up another damage dealer. You're right, the Julian was coming up.
Yeah.
And what do we expect the Julian to do here?
Yeah, it's going to be the jungler for sure. It's a skills matchup versus the Nolan, so it's going to be dominating at the early game. XYG, I think it's better if they go sustain like Minotaur and Matilda.
Minotaur banned.
Minotaur's already banned, so that's a problem. What else are you looking for? Maybe
do you want to go for a bit more tanky?
Or Florin perhaps? But yeah, a frontliner here for sure. Or maybe they just swing it around, like get a Barrett's actually, put that in the XP lane, put the Edith in the roam. Barrett's kind of provides you that front line. Maybe a Thams as well, so that they at least have that front line that can allow for the Moskov to just freely hit. Some sort of peel. X-Bar kind of falls in that scenario as well. So that's a really good pickup as well.
Thank you very much, gentlemen, for the analysis all across the draft. But now, we're throwing it back to our casters to start our first game of the day.
passive, but at least you want to go for the fights.
Now, when the game started, I was actually surprised that Ogwin was already level 4, so he probably might have stolen some of the buffs. Was able to catch a first minute. Maybe he was able to steal some of the green buffs, you know. But then, there are so many problems with the Lui that this presented to XYG. That's why I feel like even when the Lui was nerfed against a top-tier team like Falcons APBren that know exactly how MLBB operates, it's very difficult. Like, they even attempted for the play, the cross, like, it's not even a cross map, it's outside of the map play where you teleport in with the implosion already so that you'll be able to just initiate so quickly. There was a TP play coming up from Few where he was able to get into that bush up top. I call it the sandwich bush. And they were able to eventually sandwich the Moskov into getting the kill in the early stages. So I think at this point in the metagame, let's not give the Lui to a team like Red.
I mean, like, what do you folks think here? Because I feel like in terms of the tempo, XYG was not ready for that tempo because we got to remember one thing that happened during the game is that they got the Lord and then XYG is like, oh, they got the Lord. And then immediately just behind him, APBren just goes in and then they get the kill. So do you think the tempo, XYG was just not ready for it?
I think definitely, right? All the way from the draft, it definitely feels like XYG, they had their expectations as well as to how they could actually hold off in the early game, but the execution was a bit off. Again, they went on for the Vexana, the Edith, they needed to go for a little bit of poke at least. So even if the neutral objectives did go in favor of Falcons APBren at the start, they could, you know, try to punish them a bit more, it feels. They were super reactive, too reactive, and because they were reactive, they were I wouldn't even say it was reactive. You know, I would say they were just too passive because like you said, even the pace of that proactiveness coming in from Falcons APBren, usually as a reactive team, you could actually catch on to that. But here, they just waited for the plays to happen, and it happened, and they weren't ready.
If you're picking up the Nolan as well as the Moskov in one team, surely you're going to be having a lot of problems you're farming.
Yeah.
It worked before, but usually it is paired up with a very active duo in the mid lane. So Edith plus the Vexana, although it's very strong when it comes to like performing your circle or your box in a team fight setting and a front or back, it's very strong. But when it comes to making the plays, Edith is slower than most. And you also have the Vexana just sits back very definitely. So having the Vexana as well as the Edith in a composition where you have a Nolan and a Moskov that's farm dependent, that is where the disconnect comes from XYG, I feel like. It's difficult to pull that off. It has been successful before, but when you're facing up against Lui with the Tiger that's very active, and then you have a very active Terizda as well, that is where the problems really start to pile up.
You know what? I feel like we got a lot to say, but right now I want to hear what our reporter has to say. So, Eterna, do you have something for us?
Hey everyone, it's Eterna, and with me is Repo all the way from Malaysia. Repo, how are you doing?
Yeah, I'm doing good right now.
That's great. I mean, I've been seeing you exploring all these games. What's your favorite so far?
My favorite will be that. Hockey, what?
Air hockey.
Air hockey, yes.
All right, you like air hockey.
Yeah, this is my signature play. Like, this is my best game so far at all of this. So for me, maybe I can ask Udil to come here to fight against me because I want to revenge.
Open challenge for Udil on air hockey.
Yeah, I want to face against Udil because last time he's taunting against me, he's shooting me. I know, I just moved like other place because I didn't see he's shooting me. But right now, I want to shoot him against this air hockey.
Okay, there you have it, ladies and gentlemen. I bet everyone's excited for that 1v1 Rupo versus Udil for air hockey. I hope we get to see that real soon. But, you know, talking about Udil, it looks like the next team to come up in this next match is going to be SRG, Slangara Giants versus See You Soon. And this is going to be a very crucial match, Repo. How do you feel about this? Do you think SRG can make it?
Yeah, I think he will make it. I trust in SRG because he's very strong at Malaysian team right now. So for See You Soon, maybe I can make you change your name. Maybe you just change your name from See You Soon to See You Later at the airport.
Oh, already spicy things coming out from Repo, ladies and gentlemen. Is that your final word, final statement today?
Yeah, so for my final statement, See You Soon, I think you just better back off. Don't fight against SRG because SRG is not your opponent. I think your opponent is at rank.
Okay, it's getting too hot here. Ladies and gentlemen, we're going to send you over back to the studio.
Thank you very much to our Eterna as our Aces ROG reporter. Dude, I love Rupo and Idil.
Yeah.
Those guys are amazing. Like,
Crazy.
Speaking of crazy, shout out to Eterna again, by the way. We got to go back to the game, but dude, Rippo just said SRG ain't your opponents? Rippo, even though he's not part of the tournament, he's still spicy. But speaking of spicy, any spicy picks that you saw of Mirko in that game?
You know what? It's not a spicy pick. I think it's a very boring pick, me personally, right? I've been talking about this for the longest time, but the Terizla, it's cool. You know, you go for initiations, but it feels like with the patch changing, you know, before we had boring stuff in the jungle. We had like all these tanks in the jungle. Now it feels with the change, you get damage dealers, you get a lot of fun in the jungle, but the XP will have to be sacrificed because now with the 2 damage dealers you have in your composition, you need someone in the front line, and that's why, man, Flap TZ, props to him because he was the main character for such a long time on the XP lane. You know, you mentioned Paquito, even the new emote coming out, right?
Exactly.
But now on the Terizla, Brave Smite, when a lot of people go for Impure Rage to deal more damage, to have that mana, because you already have the sustain in the War Axe, he's like, nah, you know what? If you want a front line, I'll go full front line. War Axe rush into the Queen's Wings.
Which I love that, by the way.
I love that.
I love that. Second item, Queen Swing's perfect.
But like, man, it's just so sad for XYG, you know, having to deal with, you already have damage reduction, Queen Swings, War Axe, and then the Brave Smite.
Especially in a composition where you want to eliminate heroes as soon as possible. The Nolan,
yeah,
Queen Swings is a direct counter to the Assassins. That's why I feel like even when we know that Assassins will be rising in the metagame because of the Sky Piercer, there's an immediate answer, the Queen Swings. I will not be surprised if the game goes very late. Some marksman heroes might even pick that up. Like imagine like a carry with a Queen Swings or a Moskov with a Queen Swings, just so that they will not be eliminated easily by their opponents. So yeah, and I do agree that the Terizla conundrum that we have right now, where surely you want your assassins to be picked up in the jungle, but it's true, the sacrifice is the EX lane, and we saw that from years ago, from seasons ago, like at NBL ID Season 12. Remember this was the Onyx play, where if they want to pick up the Ling, for example, they force Boots in a utility / sustain XP like Uranus, for example. And now that we have this meta game where the jugglers are assassins, expect the Terizla, the Barretts, the Xborgs in that lane.
Yeah, honestly, my dad told me that as well. Like, if you want a spicy pick, you need a boring pick as well.
Your dad told you that?
Yeah, my dad sat me down. It's like, yo, you know Terizla is a pretty good hero. You want to use the Ling? Pick up the Terizla. Don't let all your picks be boring. Don't let all your picks be crazy. My dad said, never go full crazy.
Wow. Is your dad Coach Yep?
No, my dad is Bin Muhammad Kamal.
Wow.
Right.
That is
W. W dads. W dads. Because my dad doesn't tell me that. He tells me to stop playing.
Okay, you know.
Okay, yeah.
Oh,
yeah.
Woo! Woo! For those who know, they know.
If you know, you know.
If you don't, you don't. Let's talk about the game as well. Like, again, I gotta ask Wolf whether it's the draft or the play, because we saw the Vexana as well as the Edith combo, right? Imagine if they go a little bit more aggressive. Yeah. Would that have solved the issue, or the draft itself, the mid duo just can't make it happen?
Yeah, I think they have a different idea, totally different idea. Because they let the Louis in. I think the draft. To answer your question, it's a draft issue because they let the Louis. That's what I'm trying to say. I think their choice of Vexana plus Tidit, it has worked before, but not against a composition that goes aggressively like this. It usually is good versus utility junglers. Knowing that the Roger was picked up, they don't know yet if the jungler will be utility for the side of Falcons APBren. So conceptually, it works as a lineup, but it will not work versus the lineup of Falcons APBren.
And yeah, and honestly, you know what? Sorry to cut you off, but again, it has been amazing. Game number 1, but again, this is a best of 2. We got to see how both teams react to what happened in game number 1. Can XYG increase their tempo to go up against Falcon APBren? Or will Falcon APBren again be showing why they are the world champions and they're able to end it off quick? We're going for a short break, but again, after this, we'll see the continuation of Falcon APBren going up against XYG. And now we're back. And the thing is, my mom called me.
Did
and she was like, okay, I know what your dad said, but believe you me, there'll be teams that will go full crazy. That's what my mom said. But you know what? That's what my mom said. I'm going to ask you guys how you guys feel about that. But before that, I want to listen from Eterna, our ACES ROG reporter. Do you have someone else that you're going to talk to? Eterna, you wanna call him? Eterna? It's crazy.
Hi
like
everyone, my name is Eterna and joined with me today is Michelle, the Chinese host for Mobile Legends, and she flew all the way here to Riyadh to watch her team XYG go head-to-head in their first match against Falcons APBren, one of the tournament favorites, the M5 World Champions. How do you think the players are doing and feeling about this next matchup?
Actually, I have just asked coach how did he feel about the game. He was much confident about the game, but whoever comes to play against the championship for last year gonna be kind of nervous. But I think maybe you can just hit the big box at the beginning, so it comes smoother at the last any other games around.
For sure. We were talking about this as well backstage, right? The fact that maybe it's better to just have the big boss in the beginning, and then hopefully their run after that will be much smoother. But of course, we do have another question here. What and how would you support XYG? Because they're going to need all the support that they can get, especially in that first match.
Sure, because we got they got a slogan in Chinese that means like 遇见乘风心向凌云 XYG 加油, which means the sky is your limit, so never say never, just keep your way to a bright future.
Never say never, guys, and the sky is your limit. You guys got to remember that as well. Okay, final question. Give us a little bit of a sneak peek into the players. Who do you think is the most funny? Who do you think sleeps too much? Like any fun facts about the players that we don't know?
The most popular player, sure, for our team is the Long, the gold laner, right? He's very popular in our region, so we just all eyes keep on his performance. And including the Cal, he's very popular in the Philippines, so I think he's really friendly and really nice to us.
All right, so for all the ladies, maybe you guys can come over to the venue and check him out, right? But again, thank you so much, Michelle. Thank you so much for your time. I hope you enjoy your time at the event as well. And good luck, of course, to XYG in their next game. Thank you so much.
Thank you for having me.
Back to the studio.
Do you guys hear what Michelle said?
I did.
The sky's the limit. You can do whatever you want. You can fly.
You can
fly. You can literally fly.
Oh, yeah.
You can literally fly. Just
On an airplane.
look at me.
If that's what flying is, then yes, you can fly.
Okay.
Okay, you know what? I think I caused an earthquake.
No, don't do that to yourself, man.
I'm sorry. I'm sorry. You know what? I'm gonna be working out. But either ways, we're looking at the players getting ready here. So Wolf, how would you cheer on the XYG team? 加油!
加油!
Yeah, probably. Or for KLVJ, Hamian pre.
What?
Hamian pre.
Ah, yeah. That one works too.
You know what?
Indonesian?
No, that's.
Isn't KLVJ Malaysian?
Yeah, part half, I think.
Oh wait, really?
Marco, don't ask him questions. Just let you
Yeah.
know.
I only asked her the first question.
Nah, I'm just kidding. But either ways, again, amazing game. We just got to see the increase of tempo here. So the thing about what we've seen in Marco is that for teams that are not doing well, especially in game number 1, they might do something crazy in game number 2. So do you think they will go for something crazy or more or less the same? Maybe just change 1 pick or just change 2 picks?
You know what? I have to agree with your mom.
You gotta agree
go
with my
full
mom?
crazy on this one, right? It's already 1-0 down, and technically in game number 1, they were playing way too passive. So maybe try to change the pace a bit. Maybe try to go even crazier with the drafts. Maybe go for a full damage output draft because
just fly.
Just fly. If flying was like, I mean, if flying
Matilda.
was just a jump like you, then yeah. Fly.
Days where KLVJ will actually play the X-Borg, but I don't want to see him in the X-Borg because not because he plays badly with the X-Borg, but it seems like a hero that does not maximize the skill level of KLVJ.
No, I feel like it doesn't work well with the tempo because
that's also true.
Right, the X-Borg wants a bit of time. He wants the War Axe, he wants the Immortality, he wants the Brute Force, and maybe it takes too much time. But we got to talk about the draft here. Minotaur banned out again, Wolf.
Yep. They want to go for another jungler. So Roger might be the first pick, as well as the Louis. It's still open. And this time, Arlott is also open. That's, oh my goodness. Okay, that's an instant Louis. The XYG needs to steal the Arlott. Maybe get the probably get the Edith as well. Edith Roger or Roger Arlott, I think, should be the answer here for XYG.
Yeah, they want to just try to pick it up instantly here, the Arlott. I mean, there are a lot of big options to go for now, right? We did see the Edith. They prioritized the Moskov over the Roger in game number 1. So I'm just very curious as to why the Moskov is super prio. Because in that lane, again, it's a skill matchup, like you said, Wolf, but it does favor the Roger a bit more.
For sure.
And in that game, we did see that, you know, Long, he had to go for the Warrior Boots very early on. They have to give over to Edith as well because they prioritize the Moskov and the Arlott. And this now even looks kind of scarier because that's a flex pick. The Edith can be flexed again. Roger too.
Exactly.
Oh, so much to think about for XYG.
Quickly running through all of the picks here. That's going to be the Fredrin. Now, this almost tells me that FCAP wants the Roger to be in the jungle because they are preventing the utility jungler now for XYG. And like I said in the previous draft, if you want to pick up this Moskov, somebody has to sacrifice, so that may be a utility jungler. I think that XYG might go for a damage-dealing core from Mr. Kel VJ, so that might be the last pick. Perhaps a Yuzong,
a Vendetta
as well, and the Freya that they always use. You know?
I mean, honestly, like going up against Louis, shouldn't Vendetta be doing quite well because you're gonna avoid the yin yang reaction.
Depends on your reaction time, I feel.
Yeah, I get it. But I mean, it's Kel VJ we're talking about, right? If anyone could do it, he could do it.
That's right. And this is Arlott. I think it is much more usable against the Luye. And as expected, XYG will be looking out to ban the Nolan. I think the Roger might be the choice here for the jungler of Falcons APBren. Maybe just look into picking up something like something along the lines of a Beatrix or a Ruby in the Golden if that happens. However, we know still that Hayabusa is still up. I think Vexana, Arlott, and Moskov are heroes that does not stop the Hayabusa. But because of the presence of this Akai, this will be different. So I think Roger in the... This is my guess. For FCUP, they might go for Beatrix and perhaps a Cho, maybe, for Ogun.
Okay, the Cho could come up. Again, the Edith is still flex, right? So
Or
it definitely
Grok,
creates
actually.
so many more questions for XYG to answer. But the fact that they picked up the Akai, this Akai, is it going to be a roamer or a jungle, right?
Definitely a jungler.
The thing is, if it does go to the jungle, we know that right now, jungle clear is super, super important. So the fact that the Baksha, the Fredrin has been taken out, they picked up the Roger as well. Some of the assassins have been banned out by XYG. Akai's going to struggle in that jungle clear department, and it is going to be Roger in the jungle. They'll give over Super Marco that Grok and the Grok too. So it's going to be the Edith in the XP. Man, so much poke. They have a power of nature to play with. So much. Too much, actually, for XYG. Even at the start,
maybe?
Akai's going to just struggle in terms of...
Yeah, I guess. But then there is a world where the Akai is actually the roam here for XYG. So if you're facing up against the Grok and the Claude, it's now difficult to go for an assassin juggler. So maybe you're forced to go for what? Maybe Alpha for XYG, but that's not going to be winning it. I think this might be just a Paquito last pick for XYG or a Benedetta.
Jungle?
No, Paquito EXP.
So Arlott Roam.
Arlott Roam, perhaps. Yeah, that's what I'm thinking about. But yeah, if not, then maybe a Hayabusa for XYG. Let's see.
Oh, it's going to be a Lolita pick.
So it's going to be a Lolita. So this Arlott is going to the EXP. This Lolita is going to be interesting. Thank you very much, Wolf, as well as Merkel, for your service. Now we got to throw it over to the casters. Good luck for you guys.
game for Falcons APBren, and here with me, two-time world champion Hugh. Congratulations.
Thank you.
It's, I have to say, it's been quite an incredible performance, and especially that second game. That was incredibly close. But I do have to ask, coming here to Riyadh to compete in the MSC 2024, how does it feel for you guys? The only tournament that you guys are missing from your trophy cabinet.
We are excited because MSC is the remaining title that we haven't won yet, and the prize pool is very big also.
That's right. I know you're looking forward to that. Now, it's no surprise that a lot is expected from Falcons APBren. You were expected to dominate. You finished the first game in about 13 minutes. Coming into the second game, there was a little bit of a struggle. What happened there?
Yes, we were surprised by their gameplay in the second game. I think in first game they were quite nervous, and in second game you can see that they're really brave now.
They showed their bravery in that second game. Once again, congratulations with that 2-0. It's now time to go back to the studio.
Thank you very much. And now we're looking at the highlight. Let's talk about this. Even though, yes, Falcons APBren, they won, but my goodness, was it a close game, guys.
Your mom was right.
My
All
mom
they
was
needed
right.
to do was go crazy, and they did.
Yeah.
Man, yeah, even though Falcons APBren won this game, we gotta be super impressed with their early invade and all the way. You know, oh my god, some of these skirmishes went so close, and I thought Falcons APBren would be able to come back just right here after a little bit of a throw, I would say, from XianYou Gaming. They get the neutral objective, they stayed a bit too long, and they got punished for it.
I look back at the first 1 minute, or the first minute and 30 seconds of the game. You saw that there was some sort of vertical jungling that's happening from XYG, which they eventually got 3 kills out of, and that meant that they had a very comfortable early game, despite Kyle TZ stealing some of the buffs, getting the important level gap between the junglers. Eventually, they were able to just overtake and take over. You saw that E1 was very impressive in this game.
Very impressive.
I have doubted this Vexana pick for 2 games now, and now I see in game number 2, the reason why they prio picked this Vexana is because E1 was very, very good at the hero.
We got to talk about the picks here because we have to say that XYG, they made a few mistakes. But one of the players that actually capitalizes on the mistakes is Ogwen. So let's talk about Ogwen and his Grok pick.
Yep, we know that we kind of predicted that this will be picked up eventually, and it was the choice for FCAP, and we saw how good he was. There were amazing utilization of the flicker plus the wild charge, although sometimes it did not have any follow-up, but in the latter portions you saw how important it was. And also there was that reset play that he did for the Lord, which actually eventually made
Resetting the Lord.
Exactly.
Yeah, again, like I said, I feel like Ogwen was really one of the playmakers, making it so that this game is actually comebackable, because we see a few times. Comebackable, because we saw. Trademark.
All right.
Thank you very much. Definitely comebackable, because again, during the game, we see that XYG, they lost a few fights, and those few fights really turned things around, Mirko.
It really did, right? A lot of the fights in the early game, and you know what? I would say that just their mechanics they were able to shine on their mechanics. Yep. Me and LaFell, we were able to, get an interview, a podcast done in the MLBB analyst desk. You guys can check it out with Long. I think he was a sub player for XYG as well, and he did say, that in terms of mechanics, they should be able to be on par with even the world champions. And I think we got to see that. Yep. It's a great look for China, great look for XYG, and definitely a bright future for them, because the fact that they were able to make the gods of the game bleed.
Exactly.
Falcons APBren, it doesn't look like they could be beat.
Yeah, speaking of which, your opinion has really helped us a lot. But for you guys at home, your opinion matters. Scan the QR code for the broadcast feedback survey and let us know your thoughts. Anything that we could improve in order to have the best experience for you guys. Now back to the game. Anything else that you saw, Wolf, in that game that really made the difference?
Yeah, KelVJ being more active now with this Arlott pickup. I think although there were so many times where we're like, oh, is he gonna be throwing this game for the
He's
team?
overextending.
It was a very sweaty game for sure for KelVJ. But I think this is the part where if you're XYG, you now know your strengths. And I think Theo also raised an important topic where maybe XYG were just nervous. Maybe they were just jitters. They were looking very comfortable in game number 2. They were so aggressive. They played KelVJ in his comfort play style, and E1 was also shining in this game. You see that even the jungler Zed with this Akai pick, which we thought will be struggling, actually found a lot of good openings eventually. So I think that XYG, what we learned from that game is that now they're comfortable, they have to play with their strengths, and they are a team that definitely has to be feared in this group.
It's all about getting rid of the jitters, right? In game number 1, super passive to a point where they weren't even contesting some of these neutral objectives, not even punishing the enemy team for going for all these neutral objectives, invading in the jungle, taking fights, and forcing that pace. But in game number 2, the complete swap, even though, like you said, you know, the Akai, we did see, by the way, even after the 3 kills, that the Roger was able to just outfar him by a lot. I think it was 2 levels. But the way that they were able to play it around the neutral objectives, it just feels like now they have their core strength, which is the mechanics. Now they need to work on their weakness, which has to be the discipline.
That's right.
Because so many times they were overextending, way too overconfident.
Yeah, and I gotta say, that was an amazing first match to open up the day. But up next, we'll have the second match of the day featuring Fnatic Onyx going up against Team Falcons. Don't go anywhere. MSC 2024. We'll be right back for more action. Hello guys, welcome back, and you're still watching the first day of the group stage of Mid-Season Cup 2024. My name is Lafel, alongside with me, it's gonna be Mirko as well as Wolf. How you guys been feeling after game number 1?
I feel great, man, especially considering, you know, we were able to get a surprise right off the bat. Even in Stream B, we got a surprise.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, yeah. I think they're still going on with game number 2, but game number 1 didn't go as I expected.
Me neither.
Especially,
It went as I expected.
Oh.
Yeah.
Wow. So you're paneling alongside 2 Cloud9 fans here.
No, the thing is, I love them. But you know the thing about love is that when you love someone, when you love something, you know they need to be taught a lesson.
So how much do you love Homeboys then? All right.
SRG?
But with that being said, depending on love, you know, we gotta talk to our reporter, Eterna, the reporter for our Aces ROG. We're not gonna be talking about love, but who are you gonna talk to? Ito yung Mambaloy.
Yeah.
That was Beloy.
That was Beloy.
For the rest of you guys, Lubuk and Beloy. Now, before we actually go inside the game, in case you guys don't understand, that basically means you're not Beloy. But we gotta talk about the group of Beth.
Beth?
Because it's the group of death. But I gotta say, even in M5, the group of death was B, the group B. So now it's the group of Beth.
Wow.
Group of Beth.
Listen,
Wow.
I know it's a 2 out of 10, but you know what?
We gotta get there.
Give me time. Let me cook, get all the bag jokes out so that the good
Okay.
ones will come later.
I hope so. We'll be waiting.
He
for
may
that.
even come now. Who knows?
Yeah. Group B. Beth.
Group of Beth. Talk about group of Beth having 4 champions in the same group here.
I see the disappointment in your face.
Yeah.
I'll take over first. You know, I mean, for group group of Beth, Group
Yeah.
B, I think it's amazing seeing Fnatic Onyx.
You're amazing.
Thank you, man. I was caught off guard by that.
Yeah.
Fnatic Onyx are amazing. See You Soon are amazing. Team Falcons are amazing, and definitely, last but not least, the team that I'm I'm intentionally not mentioning here is SRG as well. They're all really, really good. It does feel like for all of them, they have an equal chance, which is kind of crazy to say after saying all those names.
Yeah, and 2 of the teams that are included in this group are already on my top 4, like SRG as well as Fnatic. Fnatic Onyx.
What about See You Soon?
Yeah, See You Soon is definitely a contender for top 4. That's why I feel that this is definitely a group of Beth. Now I use it.
Thank you.
All right, but yeah, SRG definitely can win over Fnatic. I think any team can be defeated by SRG. That's what I feel like. They're really, really strong. And I'm not saying this because there are 2 Filipinos and a coach in there. I'm saying this because they are legitimately strong. And I think the Malaysians in the team improved so much. If you recall how Yums was playing way before this tournament, as well as MPL of Malaysia, it was night and day when it comes to his performance.
Yeah, he was with Toda, and again, like now going inside Selangor Giants, being able to top the teams, they said most of the players, they're roughly the same age group, making it so that communication is much better. But you know what? You guys are watching the ALJ match of the day, so definitely we got to talk a lot about this match here. Where
Yes,
again,
sir.
the match of the day, Fnatic Onyx going up against Team Falcons. Let's actually start with the rookie coming in from Fnatic Onyx. Let's talk about Loopy.
Loopy has been actually kind of 50-50 when he just joined. You know, when he was a rookie, when he just joined, it looked 50-50. It almost seems like this is an arc that all the rookies go through. They start off being very, very template. They go for only the enabler picks, the playmaking picks, and they listen to the shot call. It almost feels like they don't even have their own thought process. But Loopy
Are you
was
saying they don't
able
think?
Yes. At the start of their careers, they don't think. They just do whatever they're told. If Keyboy says go in, he goes in.
Yeah.
If if they hesitate, he goes in, and then the rest of the team doesn't follow up. And that's what happened all throughout in the regular season for Fnatic Onyx. They were actually kind of struggling with Lutpi coming in as the replacement to Boots. But then he was able to improve and get that synergy so fast with the rest of the team to a point where I think most people consider him the best XP in Indo.
Hey, imagine this. There's a lot of pressure onto Lutpi. He replaced Boots, which, Captain Boots, which has been Boots Esports for the longest time. Since M3, Onyx was called Boots Esports.
Yeah.
And then it is a big franchise, Onyx. So definitely a lot of pressure there. Now, when it comes to his matchup now, it's going to be Ding.
Yeah.
Ding played in the Philippines before, and I would say that there was a time where he was the playmaker for Team Fnatic. He was the win condition for Team Fnatic. He makes the good plays. He is probably one of the more consistent players in that group, the ex-Minana Evos group, and I'm very proud that he is representing the team as well. This time he's gonna be up against Lutpi. That will be a very interesting matchup because I think that both players are not really the star players in a way, but they are more of role players, the way that they play it.
You see, I feel like even though he's already covered Boots' trails and Boots' role as being a playmaker, he can also be the carry as well, which is going to be the X factor for Lutpi in Fnatic Onyx. It almost feels like Lutpi is a refined version of Boots in a way, or a different version, I would say.
Okay.
Not better at playmaking. I would say still Boots playmakes a bit better, but when it comes to the carry picks, the Mashas, the Benedettas, we've been able to see some crazy mechanics on this kid, and even the Paquitos, so yeah.
You know what? Good opinions coming in from the both of you, but now we actually got to go to the stage because we want to continue this match, and we can't continue until we actually throw it back to the stage.
Welcome back to MSC 2024 at the Esports World Cup. Earlier, we saw Falcons APBren sweep their opponent XYG, and now
Now it's going to be an even spicier matchup. We are talking about the back-to-back MPL Indonesian champions up against the MPL MENA champions. And I don't know about you, but that's going to be an incredibly close game.
Oh, definitely. So let's talk about the Sky Kings. So they've been successful in MPL Indonesia, taking the MPL championship for the 4th time in the row. The question is, can Fnatic Onyx defend their MSC title this year for 2024? Let's take a look at the players here now. They're all ready. And they've been dominating their region, and a lot is expected from them coming here in the Esports World Cup.
Oh yeah, I mean, look, if you win your region 4 times in a row, I think still there's going to be quite a lot of pressure, like you mentioned. And I want to see how they're going to be able to deal with that, especially in the MSC right here in Riyadh. And their opponents, the MPL MENA champions, coming up in Team Falcons. You are talking about Ding, Kenji, Goodnight, Lark, and Super. These guys have had an incredible run when we're talking about MPL MENA. It was I want to say it was kind of a close final, even though it ended up 4-1 for them, but every single game was very, very close. And I want to see if being here on home grounds, if that's going to help Falcons overcome this obstacle, Mara.
And I know both teams are ready. You're ready.
Hell yeah.
The crowd is ready, so let's turn it over to the studio.
Guys, look up. Look up.
Okay.
Because that's where the battle is going to be. It's going to be battle over the skies.
Oh.
Fnatic Onyx. Di atas langit ada Onyx. And going up against Team Falcons, champions of MENA. This battle, our neck's going to hurt. We're just going to be looking like this.
I was expecting you to have a counterpart for the Di atas langit ada Onyx.
Di atas langit ada Falcons.
Yeah, I mean, technically for the Falcons.
I mean, Falcons, they fly, okay? They fly. You can do anything. You can literally fly.
If you're a Falcon.
Sorry for the rest in case I'm loud.
Yeah, it's okay, man. I mean, I feel like for Falcons, looking at it, they're definitely coming into it as the massive underdogs, right? Fnatic Onyx, they've been on a run. 4P'd as well. They've looked so disciplined, and now with the added player, the new rookie in Lutfi, it definitely felt like for the last few tournaments, you know, Fnatic Onyx, one of the biggest weaknesses has been the XP. So the fact that they've covered that, and they've also covered the early game playstyle that usually, you know, ends up with them losing out. It's great for them. It looks like it's just amazing. But for Falcons, they're also really, really good. I got the chance to cast for the MPL MENA Grand Finals, and the way that they were playing, it really felt like I was watching Fnatic Onyx just with a different flavor, bro.
But here's the thing, right? Because we got to talk about Falcons in their region.
Okay.
They've said that we're too strong for our region at this point. So they feel like, you know, they can do well. But now, I got to say, will the Sky Kings humble the homegrown Falcons? Or will we see something like XYG where a few surprises come in and then they can actually do well?
There was this very old curse, I would say, for Onyx when it comes to international tournaments, that they almost always lose the first tiers of the game, of the international tournament. You know, that kind of changed a little bit, but you know, this might be the time where it happens.
Listen, Wolf.
Okay, we're listening.
If they lose their first match in the group stages, they usually get grouped. That's the pattern. M3, MSC 2022, and then after that, when they win their first game, they're pretty good. You know, top two at least.
Yeah.
So I get that, but also for Falcons, you got to pay attention to Goodnight. In my opinion, Goodnight has got to be the star player on the team because it almost seems like, all right, he's going to be the main carry, right? You expect the gold lane to be the super carry. You expect maybe even Ding to carry on these big picks like the Benedetta, the Paquitos that he's been able to use even in the grand finals. But Goodnight, he is a player who would use any hero, even a utility one, an enabler, to just play it as a carry.
Yeah. I think he has really acclimated himself in this region, despite being from the Philippines. He's been part of Okami since early 2023, and now up until today, he's part of Team Falcons. Definitely knows how to play. They have dominated the region. I agree with you. I think Goodnight has found his own niche in playing. I think there's this what they call it in the Philippines, where it's sort of a handicap because you're playing in a higher level ping. And then when you get into the LAN situation, you're much better. And I think it really helps the role that Goodnight is playing. Haven't really talked to Jim, but he's not that quote-unquote famous in the Philippines. But when you look at his gameplay, definitely plays really well.
We got to talk about the draft as well, because something that caught my eye was from the previous series is that the mid lane is actually very, very important because we saw how the Luyi was very, very impactful. But we got to talk about how Vexana has been doing pretty well as well. For this matchup, do you guys think that the mid lane is something that we have to pay attention to?
Oh,
or
yes.
perhaps no?
100%. I mean, just look at Sans, dude.
Yeah.
Like, it's probably going to be one of the less priority picks because we know that Sans can essentially play anything.
Oh, yeah.
And there will be a lot of flex. I will not be surprised if there will be like a, Hellcurt position for.
I mean, he used to be a jungler.
Terizla play. Yeah.
Right? He used to be a jungler.
That's right.
We even saw him play Ling in another tournament, and he went to the jungle. They flexed super hard, but we won't talk about that. I think for Sans, for Good Night, the fact that we are highlighting both these players, we also technically gotta highlight the junglers as well, because for Kyrie, he might just be able to steal the show on this one, knowing that the assassins are back in, you know, the meta. You can dictate the game on the Lings, the Fannies, the Hayabusas, you name it.
Here's the thing. Good news, bad news. Good news, Sky Piercer came into the game, making it so that kills are very important.
Yes.
The bad news is we might not see highlight clips of Kyrie with 1 HP escaping multiple attempts of kills onto him. Because, like, again, Kyrie is a highlight machine, man. Every single time you open your TikTok, YouTube, whatever, you'll see the guy. And you see him cheating death multiple times. Do you think, because now from 6% going to 4%, maybe he can still do it, but maybe it doesn't look as crazy?
Come on, man. I think there will not be an international tournament without a Kyrie highlight. Kyrie surviving with
Kyrie.
Yeah, exactly.
I don't know who does that.
Yeah, no one does that.
And then from what I hear, Sky Piercer is actually named after Mr. Sky King Kyrie.
Oh, that does rhyme with Kyrie. Sky Piercer and Kyrie makes sense to me. Sounds the same.
All right.
Same syllable, same letters.
Skyriercer.
Kyriercer.
Skyry Piercer.
Skyry Piercer.
Scary Piercer.
Scary
Piercer. There you go. There you go. That's how we solved it. Now we're going into the pick and bans here. Falcon is the first pick. Fnatic Onyx, second pick. They ban out the Luyi, and Fnatic Onyx banning out the chip.
Yeah, I think when it comes to priority for Falcons, knowing that they banned out this Luyi, they probably will go for something really standard, like a Roger, for example, that can be flex. Hayabusa.
I love that ban.
Yeah,
very early ban.
I mean, like, you're going up against Kyrie, man.
Of course.
Scary Kyrie.
The scary Kyrie.
The scary Piercer. The Skyry Piercer.
At this point, by the way, for Fnatic Onyx, this is what they like to do, even in MPL Indonesia, right? They take the red side, but they are the ones to actually force out a lot of the big picks to be left open.
Okay.
See the chip ban, and then I think for now, they're just going to ban out all the respect bans over, like Faramis. Great pick by Good Night. Was able to get them a lot of the crazy victories in the grand finals of MPL MENA. But for Fnatic Onyx, I think right now, they want to leave that Angela open. They want to get the Angeling if possible. And technically, it forces Falcons to choose whether you want to ban it, you want to first pick the Angela, or you want to go up against Angeling Kyrie.
If you want to let go of the Angeling, you have to first pick the Valentina if you're Falcon. That's your only answer, your only out for that kind of composition.
It's Good Night.
That's right. So that could be the choice here for Falcon versus Fnatic.
I mean, the thing is, we've seen multiple teams actually get, I would say, get baited by allowing the first pick Angela, but I like that the Julian is banned here. So even if they want to, say, first pick the Ling, there are still counters, I'm sure. The Nolan is still open. Kyrie can use the Nolan very well, but it does give options for Falcon here. They want to pick up the Angela first pick. They want to pick up the Ling first pick. It's much more flexible. Now the Hayabusa as well as the Julian gets banned out. Almost like they want to force Fnatic Onyx to pick Nolan or Ling.
Yep, I think the only two choices here for Falcon is Ling or Valentina. Ling is an absolute risk because Fnatic Onyx can just go for invade type of roamers for Mr. Keyboy, which he excels at. Valentina should be a vanilla pick for Falcon because it's a one-size-fits-all kind of a hero, you know. But then you give the Angeling to Fnatic Onyx. Even if you draft against it, they're just really good at that hero.
You got so much control now on the Ling, you know. Even when you take the purple buff away, it's much more sustainable when it comes to the energy.
Oh, yeah.
But also, a lot of teams, the way that they've been able to beat Fnatic Onyx has been through taking away a lot of the playmakers, a lot of the carries in the mid lane. That's why we're seeing, you know, the Luyi ban, the creative ban. And that's why they might not want to give the Valentina open, but...
We forgot about Harith.
I mean...
Oh, man.
Here, there's a reason we forgot about the Harith, right, LaFell? We saw the Harith.
That's Angeling 100%, dude.
Abysmal win rate. But yeah, for sure it's going to be the Angeling. If it's left open, Fnatic Onyx, they never, even in the previous patch, when Assassins were not meta, Wolf, they were forcing the Lings out. So now, they don't.
Okay, so I think that they're giving Angela so that you're baited, and then they flex with the Esmeralda last pick for Fnatic Onyx.
Interesting.
So that's still scary. I will advise against picking up the Angela. However, they're kind of forced to if you're...
No, I mean, like, Harith Angela is crazy, dude.
Yeah,
like,
but then again,
Harith has 9 lives.
If, if you... well, that is what a game that we call Esmeralda Ball.
I mean, I don't know.
A backable, Esmeralda Ball, we're just making our own, turn now.
Personally, for me, I've seen Harith again and Angela.
Yeah.
Playing the Esmeralda, unless you go full damage, it's gonna be a tough time.
Yeah. But then, okay, so Valentina makes a lot of sense. There's the Edith. Really good pick. What happens if you're Fnatic Onyx that you can actually pick up the Angela for sure. But then having the Valentina, which I kind of prescribe as the first pick for Falcon, means that you have a way to copy that Angela, right, with the heart guard. So it's really good. Edith is also a generally a good pick. There's the Farsa. It's going to be picked up for that, so no Angeling whatsoever for now.
Look at that duo, man. That looks awesome.
Yep.
But either ways, yeah.
Ling is so tall, dude.
He is.
He's like 6'4".
Yeah.
Don't quote me on that, but if you want to know that I'm lying. But either ways, Farsa getting picked up here, I feel like is an amazing pick as well.
For sure.
Creating a lot of pressure, especially Sans.
Yep.
Sans is one of those players, if you pick a vulnerable hero, he's not really vulnerable. He finds ways to make sure that he outplays you. Yuzong getting banned immediately.
Yeah. Also a really good answer to the Valentina in a way that you can lean against some of their end. Definitely. Okay, so Yuzong is also one of the heroes that you will consider if you're facing up against the Ling, because there's one-shot combo, especially if the Ling doesn't have the ultimate anymore. So it's also one good ban here coming out from Fnatic Onyx. So if you're Falcon, I think you want to ban Ruby, as it is one of those combos with the Ling. Also, a decent laner versus Harith.
Yeah, I'm not too sure where the Arlet's going, because that could still be utilized as a flex pick.
That's right.
For Team Falcons, it's a really good first phase draft, man. The fact that they picked up the Harith and then they pick up the Edith instantly. Because usually we do see a lot of teams go for the Edith after seeing the Harith. You want to try to force him out after using his Zaman Force to stay in the team fight. You want to try to punish on that cooldown, but finally now we get to see the Angela ban. Still, I really expected Fnatic Onyx to go for the Angela over the Farsa.
That's right.
But knowing how early game centric the game is, Farsa is played in a very different way.
Yeah.
Back then, M3 was like, all right, it's all about scaling, getting into the mid game, but now Farsa allows you to deal damage so early on, and that burst damage, sure, you can't one-shot people, but it allows Mr. Kyrie Man to fly over, to execute, especially if he goes for Sky Piercer early, and that's what he usually does. He goes Berserker's Fury, Sky Piercer, no boots.
Yes. And, well, no upgraded boots, because you still need to...
No upgraded boots, just the small boots.
Yeah. The thing with...
Isn't Boots not playing for this game? Like, what boots are you guys talking about?
The
in-game boots?
Brown
the
boots?
footwear. The footwear. Sorry, I was talking about the EXP laner, so that was confusion there.
It's okay.
It's okay. We get confused a lot of times. There will... I will not be surprised if Fnatic Onyx just picks up their robe.
Should he ban the Esmeralda here, or
their gold laner at their 4th? Yeah, Esmeralda can consider
if
that.
If you really want to, you know, like respect it. For me, I would just let it go. I'm like, you know, fight fire with fire, or shield with shield.
Probably would ban maybe Ruby actually. Well, they banned Terizda instead. Yeah, good combo. Link plus Terizda, very good combo. Yeah, for Fnatic, I think they're gonna be picking up their gold laner now. They sometimes pick up the CC with the Ling.
Yeah.
Which nah, not really. But I think if there's someone who can pull it off, it's definitely Fnatic Onyx. So they lost that game, right? So this could be Ruby or Beatrix. Oh, they pick up Kaja, so they have showed that this Arlet is going to the XP. So Kaja is also an answer to the Harith, by the way.
Yeah, it's a great answer to the Harith. You know, with Divine Judgment, you do get that suppression down and you lock him down instantly, but you also give a big ultimate over to the Valentina. And it's good night. The guy who can go for these crazy angles, very similar to Suns back in MPL Mina. But now I want to talk a little bit about Fnatic Onyx, because usually when we see the Kaja, we expect the carry. But in this game, do we expect the carry? You know, there are a lot of damage dealers here, not a lot of beefy boys. And maybe that illusion is trying to force out Falcons to go for more damage output, and then they can pull off something like a Brody.
Yeah, Brody or a Matrix, actually. Because the carry is going to struggle against their Hearth in the lane. If that goes,
Exactly.
That's a very difficult thing to go for. And now it's going to be Baksha. Very good pick. And the Benedetta. All right.
Signature ding.
Yep. Going to be splitting the map for that one. I think Fnatic really is a good Beatrix game if they pick it up.
Beatrix.
Yeah.
The only thing is that the scale is, you know, like they're...
There we go.
Yeah, the scale is going to be something that Fnatic Onyx have to look out for. I feel like the Farsa really has to do well, but either ways, thank you very much, gentlemen, for your service here during the draft. But now, starting the second match of the day, we're passing it over to our casters. checking out the highlights, we gotta talk about how in this game, Lupi 1v2, sure he died, but that was awesome. But the savage coming in from CW.
It always seems to happen to CW, dude, right? Like every time we talk about Fnatic Onyx, we're like, oh yeah, Keyboy, Kyrie's a god, Lutpi, new rookie in town, Gila Sans. And then we don't say anything about CW, but he speaks the loudest. He screams in-game through that savage. That was spectacular, but even all the way from the start of the game, right? I mean, the Beatrix pick already to set him up for success, and in the way that he was able to play the Beatrix Wolf.
I think you gotta have to hand it to the team that was losing in this game. I think they really challenged Onyx in this game, particularly how Ding was able to play. This play coming up from Lark, however, Lutpi as well has been unleashed. I really thought that there were so many times where I thought that he would have lost just because of what he was doing, like with this particular play. But then eventually he outplays, he trades for the team. I think one trait that has always been very successful for Onyx in general is that they know how to trade. When they see a play that they might lose on and they may be losing some of their heroes, eventually they pick up the slack and then find a trade from somewhere else in the map. And definitely that's what happened with this game.
Here's the thing. Using a Beatrix, usually you scale, like you take a long time to scale because your first item is the Blade of Despair. And the Blade of Despair is a very expensive item. But the thing is, if you get your Blade of Despair the same time as your opponent gets the Stardom Scythe, dude, I don't know how CW is farming, man, but he's so fast.
He's so active on the map, and I think it all comes down to the question I even asked Wolf, right? Why the Beatrix? Why was the Beatrix so prio here for Fnatic Onyx?
Yeah, well, I would say it was a means to an end. Like I told you before, the Ling was the centerpiece here, and the Beatrix was more of a hero that you used to clear out the lanes fast so that the Benedetta as well as the other members other members of the opponents will not be as effective. You're the bruiser as well with your Nibiru as well as your Bennett's Rage, and then the Ling will be the one to kind of sweep it all off. But then CW plays that Beatrix just so well. I think it's one of his signature picks. He was able to get the Savage and, you know, be the centerpiece even when it's just a hero of like a means to an end kind of hero.
You know, the crazy thing is usually we see this crazy, I would say savages, perhaps coming in from an assassin jungler, but again, CW really showing up. And I gotta say, there were a few times where like, okay, this fight looks 50-50. The moment you see on screen pump, double kill, Beatrix, okay, you know what? No longer 50-50. This is all Fnatic Onyx.
So many ways that they were able to out-micro, I would say, right? Because it definitely seems like for Falcons, they were very, very confident coming into this matchup. Good Knight getting a lot of crazy engages with the Divine Judgment, and also just really good damage as he was poking. But I guess in that department as well, even though he was very, very impressive, Sans kind of outclassed him too, right? The fact that he was up against the Benedetta, the Baksha, this kind of composition that should, on paper, be able to punish a Farsa, yet couldn't at all in the game. 3-0-8, and it wasn't like Sans was playing, in the team fights he was playing all the way in the back, but we were even laughing at how he was flying in front of the turrets. It's Sans doing Sans things.
Inside the turrets, man.
That's just Sans. That's Gila Sans.
He's very good at calculating pixels. I would say he's a pixel art master, where there was a time in the middle where the Edith tried to initiate and try to go for the suplex, but he was able to jump with just one tiny pixel, then stayed in front, like staring him down like with a Farsa wings by wings. You really feel the tension in.
Call him Picasso, man, because he is an artist, an absolute artist. But Lupi as well in this game really showing, I would say, nerves of steel, because he didn't look nervous at all. It looked like he's very comfortable on stage.
That's why I was saying, right, before the game even started, Lutpi, he already went through that arc. He was playing with these players who everybody in Indonesia look up to. So that was the hard part. How do you fit in with the gods of MPL Indonesia? The fact that he was able to adapt in such a short amount of time, the fact that he was able to replace a legend like Boots, a guy who's been in the team for so long, someone that was carrying the team for so long as well from Season 8. Now you get to see it finally on the international stage.
Yeah, you know what? Honestly, this performance has been amazing. But based on what we saw in the first match of the day, things can definitely turn around. Team Falcons, at least what we saw in game number 1 going up against Fnatic Onyx, it does look like they have showed instances where the mechanics are there. Ding looked good, Lark looked good. It's just that perhaps in game number 1, they were a little bit taken aback. They were surprised by what happened. But in game number 2, things could change, couldn't it?
Yeah, I would definitely say so. I think there wasn't really that much when it comes to like the drafting choices. I think the fact that on Fnatic Onyx are in the red side, there's nothing really can do with that last pick. But then again, they were brave enough and bold enough to give the Ling, so it kind of tells me that they are prepared for this. I don't prescribe it against Fnatic Onyx, but if they are prepared for this, I mean, like they have good coaching staff for sure. They know that they can look at many VODs of Fnatic Onyx. Maybe that they should be doing the same thing. Like I said, I would not prescribe that when going up against Fnatic Onyx.
But that's the thing. I feel like for Falcons, the fact that they gave over the Angeling combination, they were prepared for the Angeling. When they didn't go for the Angeling, they just didn't know. Wait, it's just going to be a Ling. All right, they're definitely going to pick up the Angela for first phase, last pick, right? And then they go for the Farsa, and then it confused them even more. So Fnatic Onyx have so many more ways to throw curveballs at their opponents,
For sure.
even in the drafts, and that's why they love the red side so much. They get to react.
Maybe it's just that Fnatic Onyx is like, okay, we've been training for 14 years with the Ling, and then for 13 of those years they keep on banning the Angela. You know what? You know, I'm sick of this. I don't care about the Angela anymore. Let's just assume we'll never get this hero ever again. And that's why they just be like, you know what, even if it's up, don't take it. You know what? I never liked it anyway. You know what? Extra shields,
I don't need it.
I'm Kyrie.
Yeah.
Right? Say it right.
Huh?
Say it right.
I'm Kyrie.
There you go.
I cannot do that. But then again,
apologize to everyone else in the you know.
There's also this weird interaction where they went in for the Valentina, which is also definitely great against the Angeling in general. Ling versus the Ling, it's great. Versus the Angela, it's also okay. The answer was the Farsa. And then a Kaja, which is interesting because
The Kaja
now
was interesting.
you pick up a hero that kind of amplifies the Valentina, right? But then this is like you know that options paralysis where you have so much good ultimates to copy. You gotta have to copy the Farsa ultimate or the Kaja ultimate, right? So you're forced in this situation where if you want to pick up the Kaja, you kind of have to find the Kaja, which obviously Hiboy is not gonna let you do that so easily. And then he wants to pick up Sans. He has to get up close and personal to Sans, where there could be a lot of punish. So that's probably how they dealt with it. I still don't think that picking up the Kaja versus the Valentina is good. But hey, this is Fnatic Onyx. Who am I to say?
It's kind of like going to a hotel buffet. There's a lot of picks, man.
Yeah.
Too many picks.
Too many picks. Like, you might want Omali.
You might.
I will always. I want Omali.
Shout
like
out,
right
shout
now.
out to
like
Omali.
literally right now. I want the Mali.
You want it right now?
Like literally right now.
I mean, it's really sweet. It's amazing, just like that victory for Fnatic Onyx. But now we have to talk a little bit about, for me personally, later on, do Falcons want to take away that red side? Because I think that's been a core way to actually try to outdraft Fnatic Onyx. That's what we've seen in MPL Indonesia as well. So I'm expecting Falcons to actually do that up against Fnatic Onyx. Take the red side.
Honestly, my question really is, like, we saw that Fnatic Onyx took the Ling. Was there any real answers for the Ling for the side of Falcons?
They banned it, right, Julian?
Yeah, but, I'm thinking Tigreal, actually.
No, I mean, like, the draft that they got at that moment, were any of those picks were any kind of answer towards the Ling pick? Like the Valentina,
for sure.
Harith.
Valentina is definitely an answer. Harith is not, but if you play it in a certain way, it could be. Like you saw Lark actually outplaying Kyrie at least one time. So we can also think, if you think about the Benedetta, if you play it correctly, yes, you can outplay the Ling. But then there's a lot of problems that he has to solve. The Farsa, for example, is actually Farsa and Beatrix kind of forces the Benedetta versus Ding to choose between do you have to go to the backlines for?
So
does it have to be the Farsa or something?
So it's basically the way that Fnatic Onyx draft is that we have a lot of problems. Try to find answers for it. So I kind of feel like during the draft, Falcons, they need to have one answer that can solve multiple problems. But again, it's easier said than done.
Way easier said than done, right? But Fnatic Onyx, they somehow make it work. They're always able to execute these very difficult compositions, because if you give this kind of composition to anyone else, it'd be very hard to pull off. I even remember in MPL Indonesia when the assassins were meta, where it was still the utility jungle meta, and they popped off on the assassins. It looked ridiculous because on paper this should not be a composition that could win.
Yeah, I think maybe it's, if we're gonna be looking at back at the draft, maybe this is a composition versus composition kind of counter, not more of a hero versus hero counter. Wherein if you want to go for countering the Ling, maybe just get another side laner that can split push, like the Benedetta, for example, and the 4 other members will just go and group up and then just push and siege towers over and over. I think they tried to go for that play too. And Harith, Edith, Valentina with with their jungler is that definitely can snowball off of sieging towers, then let Ding take over. However, Lutpi made it difficult. It kind of paralyzed Ding in that regard, where he just really kept Ding in place.
So many layers.
Yeah, I gotta say, looking at this match in particular, I kind of feel like we have to give attention to the side lanes, both EXP as well as the gold lane, because even though, yes, the mid trio for both teams were very impressive indeed, but it looks like the playmakers are coming from the side. So I really want to see how Falcon may have to give a little bit more room to Ding and maybe move around with him to really secure a big team fight win against Fnatic Onyx, because at this point, maybe that's what they need. Maybe they need to take out 3 members at a time to really take advantage of the map. But now the draft has started. Fnatic Onyx is going to be first pick, Falcon second pick. Fnatic Onyx instantly banning out the Faramis.
See, this was one of the big weakness points for Fnatic Onyx coming into the playoffs. When teams would be able to take that red side away from them, it took away the side that, you know, obviously Yeb is most comfortable on.
Yeah.
But through the playoffs, when we got to the later stage, they could play both sides. They could play both sides effectively. And I would say on the blue side, they're even more dominant when it comes to just forcing these big picks off. Because now you don't have to get rid of the chip. Now some of these picks you can actually take for yourself. So now Falcons have technically put themselves in a spot to be dictated. Like, it's all Fnatic Onyx right now.
But then again, you give yourself a, you
give that reactivity.
You give yourself a fighting chance, and that's all that matters in
Look
there,
at that.
right? Gotta adjust it. Edith going to be banned. You're forced to ban the Julian and the Chip. Between Louis and Chip, I think you would rather give up the Louis at this point, because Chip is just so good at the metagame that we have right now. With all of the new items, like imagine a Chip with a Sky Piercer kind of damage dealer to go with it, with the bonus damage. It's just ridiculous amount of damage. Think about a Chip here if you're Falcon Esports.
Honestly, Chip with Sky Piercer is crazy enough that I actually like it.
Chip with Sky Piercer?
Chip with Sky Piercer.
The base damage early is insane.
Yeah. No, like imagine, like after 2 minutes just jumping inside the jungle, and then even with the first kill, imagine the first kill getting a triple kill.
Yeah. Falcons think so too.
Yeah, Falcons think so too. It's like, yo, Sky Piercer on Chip is scary.
Public service warning, don't try this at home.
Try it in your friend's home.
Try it in your friend's ranked game. See how they like that.
Okay, so I guess you banned Valentina here if you're Fnatic Onyx, or they banned Louis themselves. They want to take the Harith, I believe. Fnatic Onyx allows CW to flourish in that. But Fnatic Onyx is gonna be crazy enough if to pick up Ling when Harith and Ling is available.
Are they crazy enough to go for Angela? Just Angela first pick, right? Because that has been what Fnatic Onyx has been doing in MPLID?
Yes.
Yeah.
I think they're a team that they're one of the few teams that can do that.
Yeah.
But then again, I think they will only do that if the Valentina is not an option for the opposing team. Yeah. You just give up so much. You lose the lane because you're Angela going up against Valentina. You give up a good ultimate heart guard. Allows him to get up close and personal. So with that, with this kind of draft, I would say Ling should be the option for Fnatic Onyx. The safest play is Harith first pick. But the Fnatic Onyx way is either Angela or Ling. I would say Ling is the choice here.
What about the Roger, though, right? The fact that the Roger is still up for grabs as well. You don't think it's as prio? Okay, the Harith still comes up. Still super prio despite the fact, in wildcard, we got a different treatment.
I would say the win rate isn't really on Harris' favor, but again,
I think wildcard it was 0%.
Hey. 0 is better than negative.
I don't think you can get negative.
Moskov and Arlet, perhaps, the answer, I would say. Definitely Moskov is a hero of consideration going up against Harith, because he'll just win the lane afterwards.
I mean,
they go Ling and Arla. Okay, so this is they're picking up the same draft. Will Fnatic pick up the Valentina? Probably.
I think they should. At this point, perhaps Fnatic Onyx, they should pick up the Valentina.
Yeah, Valentina to go with perhaps a Terizla. They pick up Fanny.
Oh.
We can even hear the crowd's reaction.
Fanny Valen, come on, Fanny Valen. Show it up, show it.
I mean, you can challenge, you can try to go for the Ling pick, right? But that's only an open challenge to Fnatic Onyx. They're like, all right, if you want to go assassin versus assassin, we want that too. We want to go for a damage dealer, a physical damage dealer in the jungle. That's usually always the case when they go for the Harith.
Yeah. really thinking about Valen here. Oh, they picked Trista. As also prescribed, Falcon, will they pick up the Angela this time? That's a problem though.
Pick up the Angela and ban the Valentina.
Yeah,
Yeah.
that's what I feel like. It's gonna be the best option here for Falcon. Apart from that,
But I don't know, like personally for me, I really don't like playmakers like Goodnight picking up heroes like the Angela.
That's what I was about to say.
Yeah, so even if they pick it up, perhaps give it over to the roamer because Angela can do work in the mid lane. I know, I get it, but it's like cutting off someone's potential, you know?
That's right.
But if you do that, either way, right? You go and give super, the Angela, then Fnatic Onyx will cut down on all the frontliners, and they're going to have a good time with all the damage output that they have in their composition. So technically now, with the Angela too, I mean, you get so much more sustain for your Ling, but it's kind of one-dimensional in a way where the Ling needs to succeed.
Yeah.
If the Ling gets shut down in the early game with an Angela, it'll be too one-dimensional. So go for more, more team fighting.
Oh, dude, it really makes a lot of sense here. Tigreal is, is a sleeper pick in a way that people, just don't consider it, but it's definitely good versus Assassins.
I mean, like, here's the thing. Like, Assassins is good and all, but we got to remember how in game number 1, CW was amazing on that Beatrix. And doesn't Harv want Purify anyways? Like, it might be an answer towards the Fanny, but I feel like, again, you got to have one option that answers multiple questions, and I kind of feel like it's not really an answer towards the Harif.
That's why I feel like a lot of teams up against Fnatic Onyx, they tend to overthink, they tend to overcomplicate things up against Kyrie. They always think about, all right, how do we counter Kyrie? And then they forget about CW. Because even in the previous game, I feel like that's what happened. They were focused on Kyrie. All right, on the Ling, we got to catch him. We got to get Sans as well. How do we counter Keyboy? And then CW just comes in, gets a Savage.
Yeah, again, I want to be proven wrong, but I feel like they should respect the finals MVP of Fnatic on it. They should respect CW. If they don't have an answer at all, it's going to be a bit tough.
Yeah, I wonder what the answer will be. Maybe somewhere along the lines of a hard lockdown from the EXP lane, or a combo with the Arlet. But then again, you already know the Arlet is going to the EXP lane, right? So maybe a Burst Mage. And what is that? The Farsa, for example, Kadira perhaps. If Kadira Tigreal would be good. I might be forced for a Valentina. Or maybe just go the farming route. Let's just farm it out. Let's go for Angela in the mid lane. And then let's go for a Beatrix. I wonder if Falcon play.
Yeah, I was about to say.
Yeah, Vixana is not that big of a burst, but it's still okay in this comp, right?
And you got a lot of CC to play with the Vengeance.
But there's Fanny. It's difficult.
That's the problem.
It's difficult to play the
difficult.
Vex.
Oh, you know what? Go full crazy. Odette.
Ooh,
right?
That's actually a pretty good pick,
right?
actually. Yeah,
go crazy.
Yeah, it's actually really good versus the Harith.
Yeah.
I love it. And with Implosion, that's a great combo. Yeah, that's a really nice pick if they do pick it up.
The Fanny as well and the Tigreal. Technically, everybody who wants to dive, they all get punished by the Odette, especially
that's
you
right.
said, they have layers of CC, the Implosion, even the final slash to knock them all in to the Swan Song.
Yeah. Man. Okay, so I wonder if there's this argument for Zask, but I think it might be for Fnatic Onyx this time. Ling hates that hero because he just constantly gets outplayed, and if you go down, like if you don't have the first skill, if you're just walking through, you're gonna be just be destroyed by that Zask. So Falcons, they ban out the Valentina, obviously.
They already have a magic damage dealer, right?
Yeah.
So technically, they can put Sans on an Angela,
Yeah.
and then they could actually just amplify how much of a threat the Fanny can be, the Harith can be. A lot of possibilities still for Fnatic Onyx, but that possibility technically is also up for grabs for Falcons.
Exactly, this is the first pick.
But it's going to be on Good Night.
Yep. I think they might be forcing the Angela. They might be forcing the hand on Angela here. Angela Tigreal, not the best combination actually in the mid lane. So that puts him in a very awkward spot.
Because where's the damage going to come from?
Yep.
Exactly.
Right? Ling needs the Berserk Fury as well.
Odette might be, or maybe they just settle for the Vex and just try to outplay it. Vex with Arlet is also pretty good. They go Beatrix, as we did say. Okay. Come on. Fnatic, give us the Zask. Apart from that, the Grok looks really good for Fnatic. Minotaur as well. Looks really good. And Franco also looks good for Fnatic, just so that they can counter the Ling.
Honestly, I do like the Minotaur, have a teamfight comp that doesn't need the Fanny.
Yeah.
How good would it be if it was a Cho here?
Cho,
right?
yeah.
You
Cho
get
is pretty good too.
All right, they go for the
Okay,
Grok.
Grok,
That's a safer
okay.
choice. You go for instant initiation. You can kind of cancel the Tigreal as well with the
Yeah.
Power of Nature and then straight into the Wild Charge. So a lot
Nana.
of different ways to counter this composition with the Grok, but final pick.
Zaskar Nana for me. I know it's crazy. They might just settle for a Vex so that, you know, you have a...
Or an
you have
Angela.
reach, Or an Angela.
Angela, yeah.
You still have the reach for the Beatrix. That sounds boring. Let's, you know...
Spice it up a bit.
Spice it up a bit.
They go for Aurora.
Okay.
All right, all right.
Spicy
You know,
enough. Spicy enough.
but she's technically not spicy.
She's
Kinda
cold. She's
yeah.
ice.
She's ice cold, bro.
Yeah. Okay, so I hope they're the team that picks up the Odette. But then this Aurora pickup, as well as the Grok, kind of really gives you that go signal to just go back for the Vex. Vex, Angela, and like I said, the Odette.
I feel like the Angela's probably is that you don't have enough damage. They go for the Lunox.
Yeah, okay, this is the least that I would think of because usually when you go for the Lunox, there has to be a vehicle somewhere along the lines of a chip or maybe a Matilda so that you can initiate. Lunox is very slow. Against the Fanny, I'm not sure if that will fare well.
Well, the thing is, Wolf is not a big fan of the Lunox pick. We got to ask the casters, how do you guys feel about the Lunox pick?
fantastic sweep from Fnatic Onyx, and here with us with a gold laner. CW, congratulations. This is your first series en route to defending your MSC title. Now, that was a great Savage with your Beatrix in Game 1. Did that give you confidence? How do you feel about that?
Sebenarnya kalau dari gua ya nggak terlalu ngejar damage-nya sih, cuma emang kita main tim aja emang niat buat menang.
He says he wasn't really looking for the Savage. That was basically just a bonus. His main priority was to play as a team, but that's what happened, and that's how he was able to perform.
For Savage, and we hope to see many more.
I mean, we definitely want to see a lot more of that in the tournament, but I do have to ask, your group has been dubbed the group of death. So how does that make you feel? Do you think there's any team that could threaten your title in your group?
Jadi Fnatic Onyx kan ada di group of death. Itu yang orang-orang bilang kayak grup kematian. Menurut cewek, gimana? Group of death nggak sih? Dan kalau misalkan iya, ada nggak sih salah satu tim di grupnya cewek yang menurut cewek akan menjadi kesulitan buat Fnatic Onyx?
Kalau dari gua emang tim-timnya kuat, bukan grup kita doang. Jadi kayak ya kalau salah satu tim yang paling banyak sekarang orang mention sih SRG sih.
So he said that all the teams in all the groups are strong. So he doesn't necessarily think that his group is a group of death. But if he had to choose what team would be a very difficult opponent to go against, it would be SRG, the Selangor Giants.
Well, after your performance today, all eyes will be on you. Once again, congratulations with that 2-0. And it's now time to break it down for you. So we're going to go back to our panelists.
Thank you very much, but I have to correct you guys. Not a group of death. It's the group of death.
Yeah.
Now we got to go and look into the highlights here where, again, I feel like the Sky King Kyrie on this Fanny, you have to react before something happens, because if not, you're instantly looking at Beth in the face.
That's what we got to see the entire game, I feel. You know, like the Tempest of Blades was used up so many times just to get out. And Kyrie's so good at utilizing the cables and also just reacting to some of these moments. Because let's say, like, one of these moments, we'll get to see it here especially. But let's talk about this. Lark, it almost like he didn't get the memo, man. The two other members recalled. He was like, nah, you know what? I'm going to just walk to safety. And Keyboy spots him in the bush.
Yeah. Unfortunately, the side of Falcons gonna hold Kyrie down. Only with 2 Beths this game.
Oh yeah.
Difficult.
Here's the question, right? Because we look at the draft coming in from Falcons, and remember what we talked about game number 1, where Falcons draft game number 2 has components of draft of Fnatic Onyx in game number 1. And even you guys, the analyst, said that's a difficult draft to actually pilot. So why is it difficult, and why Falcon, they couldn't do it against Fnatic Onyx?
Well, they don't have the necessary tools to kind of control this Fanny. They were forced to go for this Lunox. I think that they should have picked the Valentina instead of the Tigreal at the third slot.
Third pick, yeah.
Definitely this Lunox, although it was able to take 1 kill off of Kyrie, but that again, 2 deaths, not enough for this Fanny. I think the reason why they weren't able to pull it off is because of the order of picks that they went for.
That was pretty fast, but we got to talk about the Fanny as well. The itemization that Kyrie went for, having the Sky Piercer, having the Blade of Despair. Who can actually tank that?
No one.
No one can tank that.
No one. So some of the times, you know, we saw the Tempest of Blades, we saw the Brilliance as well just pop. They had to do that. And Kyrie, he always cables in a way where if you don't do that, I'll just follow through. But if you do, all right, I'll react to it. That's how fast his reaction time is. Yeah. So we can actually afford to make those risky plays. It will be risky for any other player.
That's right.
But he makes it work.
Okay, gentlemen. MVP of this match. You guys feel it's Kyrie. You guys feel it's CW. The entire match, not the game, entire match. Because again, I feel like multiple members of Fnatic Onyx definitely deserve it.
I think after 2 games might be Kyrie for me. But if I'm just judging game number 1 alone, definitely Mr. CW himself. But I think overall it's Kyrie, fortunately. No bias.
Yeah, for me, I think it's CW. After that Savage, it was just, you know, they look kind of messy a lot of times, but CW always consistently winning, just like his name.
You know what? So I guess I'm the tiebreaker, right? So whatever I say is probably the true MVP of the game. So for you guys at home, don't forget that Stream B is happening. So in case you guys are watching that, update us as well, because we would like to know. And
Yeah.
Do you want to know the results of the previous match?
Do tell.
2-0 Falcons. Falcon was able to beat Cloud9.
Okay. Whew.
You know what?
Wow.
That's a very interesting point there. And again, you guys have the option to watch Stream A and Stream B. Here's the thing. Let me tell you what to do. Buy another monitor and watch both at the same time. It's not that hard.
Or get an ROG phone and multitask.
Yeah, get an ROG phone and multitask. That's right.
I don't have a phone or monitor.
That's a lie.
You know what? For you guys at home, you guys can let us know what do you guys think, because you guys can scan the QR code down below here and actually let us know what do you guys think, because again, we want to improve the show for you guys. Your opinion matters, and whatever you guys say, we'll follow. We love the fans, don't we?
Yeah, we love the
every single time I look at the comment section and I'm like, yes.
Okay.
You are correct.
We love the fans.
We love the fans.
The comment section, though.
Here's the thing. Dude, I love the fans and I love the air conditioning.
Oh yeah. They're cool.
They make you cool.
Yeah. But no joke. I think the best chat in the world is Mirko's chat, dude.
Oh.
That's best fans in the world.
Okay, you know what? Here's the thing. You guys, we're talking about the MVP. My MVP is Suns. So if we have a highlight or something, we gotta look at it, because again, Suns was, again, I gotta say, Fnatic Onic, it's very difficult to pick an MVP.
Even Lutfi was doing really well.
Even Lutfi was doing well, right? Let's look at the highlights here. And Sans on this Aurora reminds me of Stormy. Maybe that's why they shout out the Selangor Red Giants.
Yeah, man. And this in game number 2, he also again showed us how good he is at calculating pixels. There were so many times where his ultimate was able to get onto the edge and still was able to freeze his opponents. The timing as well. You're gonna see it once more. It was the clash before, but yeah, he was able to reach on to a nice Lutfi, taking advantage of this Terizla with the life steal. I think we're gonna see our MVP presented by Sony.
Yeah, presented by Sony. KDA 14-0. Gold per minute doesn't matter. You're a mid laner, kill 67%. And again, looking at the itemization here, he was able to build the Holy Crystal. But I gotta say, looking at that game, he might not even need it. The damage was already a lot. And the important thing as an Aurora is the control.
And the fact that he got it as a second item after Blood Wings really just means that he was able to burst down his enemies. And I think the problem with Ling as well as those assassin type of combos is that if you fail on your combo and you let the Aurora survive with the passive, obviously, the punish is just way too good, and you have the amount of burst that the Aurora can put up with this Holy Crystal.
And I mean, look at game number 1, right? He was on a Farsa. That was a vulnerable pick. You don't have a passive to save you when you get low or when you actually lose your HP bar.
Yeah.
Imagine now with another HP bar, with technically that passive. So he went from unkillable to unkillable?
He's not killable, but either way. Look, English is difficult. But what's not difficult is that saying thank you to you guys. You guys have been amazing. But we're going for a short break before we go into the match number 3. Welcome back to one of the best days in the world because you guys are still watching the first group stage of Mid-Season Cup 2024. My name is Ophel, and alongside with me is going to be Mirko as well as Wolf. Well, we'll be watching Liquid Echo going up against Twisted Minds. What do you think about this matchup, Wolf?
I'm not being seen in the camera, but I'm copying what
that's what you're doing.
Okay. So what do I think about this? Obviously, Liquid Echo is a team that will be more favored in this match. We can say pound for pound that they have the better experience. They have been champions of international before. When they went in for MSC last year, we also saw almost the same composition. I think that they're on their prime, and I think this will be JP's fault once again.
Yeah, I mean, like, that's true, but if the camera can get onto me, maybe, here's the thing, maybe they could twist their minds. That was more dizzy than I thought. Maybe I was not prepared for that. Okay, listen. Crazy things could happen. And maybe even the Sansan duo could be surprised because the thing is, on Twisted Mind, there's Sanji.
Yeah, they got Sanji on Liquid Echo and also...
That's right. That's also true.
Technically for Twisted Minds.
So maybe the communication is like, yo, Sanford, go for Sanji.
Which one?
Sanji.
That could be something that, you know, would happen here. But honestly, looking at Twisted Minds as well, how they were able to play...
That twisted my mind.
That twisted our minds.
Twist now.
No.
No? I guess we got to do it, Wolf.
Yeah,
no,
okay.
let's twist.
Okay.
That was synchronized, 100%, right? But okay, Twisted Minds. I think they're...
No. You know, I think this is enough. I need some kind of break because honestly, right now, we got to go to the stage because the stage got to save us from this. You know what, Mara? Take it away.
24 earlier, we witnessed an Indonesian team sweeping their opponent 2-0 by Fnatic Onyx, and now it's time to start the second series of today.
Oh yeah, we're starting the second half of today's games as well, and it promises to be an incredibly spicy game. We had the champion of MPL Philippines Season 13 coming up against the runners-up of MPL MENA Season 5.
That's right, for the third series, it'll be Team Liquid Echo performing really well in the MPL. In fact, they swept their opponent, former world champions, and they're out to make a statement here in the world stage. Let's take a look at this video. Team Liquid Echo, known as a powerhouse of a team out to take down your hometown heroes.
Yeah, I was just going to say Twisted Minds, they're looking to twist the game coming into their first series of MSC 2024. Let's have a look at the lovely players representing the organization and, of course, Saudi Arabia in this tournament. Looking to redeem themselves in the first series for themselves in today's games. Twisted Minds, after being runners-up in MPL MENA Season 5, they're definitely looking to leave their mark. And what a mark it would be if they started off with a win against Liquid Echo.
Now, we saw both teams backstage, and we can tell they can't wait to start the game in the Land of Dawn. So we're gonna head to our panelists.
Much, Mara, as well as Sandstorm. And yeah, again, this is going to be an interesting match. And the thing is, you know what? My bad. I was giving service towards Twisted Mind, but now I got to give service towards Liquid Echo. If that was Twisted Mind, now this is... It's Liquid.
Where's the Echo?
Okay.
We have to do that too?
No, please, no. No.
Well, I think in the way that they...
Analysts? Don't analysts do this?
I think that's what you do, and we try to dissect what that is.
Yes, exactly.
So try to dissect what I just did.
You try to be liquid, but you're semi-liquid. You're a plasma, you know?
I'm a plasma.
Yeah.
Isn't plasma like light? No?
No, I
The,
don't
like,
Okay, here's
Yeah,
the
I
thing.
get what you mean.
Yeah,
You know what?
yeah.
I get what you mean. I understand the reference, though. I understand the visuals, right? Because you're trying to say that Liquid
If you want me to
Echo.
do it again, I can.
No.
Okay.
Yes, you can, but the camera's not on you, right? Maybe Benny wants to do it, but
Yeah.
I get the visual representation there, man. Liquid, they're very versatile and they are very loud. They want to go in the early game and dominate, which is the loud part, but they're very versatile. They can play for Benny even in the late game, and I think up against Falcons APBren, how they were able to beat Falcons APBren in the grand finals was that they were able to team fight so well through their versatile style. It's so interesting to talk about Liquid Echo
Versatile
because
style?
it's a very versatile
I mean, like,
style
Yeah.
that they want to
Mirko.
go for.
Yeah.
that
Mirko,
they
do
have.
you want to be my interpreter?
Okay.
Like how I do with the players, but instead I'll just do body movements.
And I'll explain.
You'll explain
Beautiful.
what I feel,
Okay.
because that was 100% what I feel. Now, how do you feel, Wolf?
I feel like I feel liquid right now.
Plasma or liquid?
Very liquid, because I think true to their name, Liquid Echo is very fluid when it comes to like their drafting choices as well as the way that they are playing, or that they play the game. Interestingly, though, even when I say that they are liquid with their composition, with their drafting style, the way that I saw how they perform in MPLPH Season 13 Finals was that they have a set amount of rules when it comes to drafting. It's more of a programming language, like the if-else kind of thing.
Yeah,
where
yeah.
If this is picked up, this is the
If A
the answer.
happens, you
if
do
A happens,
G.
exactly.
Yeah.
So, for example, if Fredrin is open, they're gonna be picking up the Fredrin. If there is Roger, their answers are boss, cover, carry. If they have carry, they make sure that they have the Yu Zhong. If
Yeah.
the Yu Zhong is picking up the other team, they have the Paquito. So it's
If
very,
someone
very,
gives you
very
food, you take
if-else.
it.
Depends on who gives it.
I mean, that's true. But we talk about Liquid Echo here. But Mirko, have you been running around my mind? Because my mind is twisted. Let's talk about Twisted Minds.
Yeah, I think it's also very cool that you did the twist because Twisted Minds likes to give out the twist in the game as well. Not in the way that you expect, right? You maybe
Not
you
like
expect
me.
like a not in a literal sense, you know? Technically kind of like you. You put in the visual representation to it. They have a different twist to the game, which is pure early game, right? When we're talking about Liquid Echo, yeah, they have a lot of different templates, a lot of different formulas to a lot of the crazy picks that they have from Falcons APBren and a lot of teams that they're going up against. But for Twisted Minds, it's all about their own team synergy. It's all about how they can get the picks that they want in the early game to dominate. And early to mid, that's where they play. I think even back then in M5, I remember in the group stages, they were able to give Fnatic Onic a tough time in the group stages through that early game, forcing Fnatic Onic to play to mid to late and then ultimately take the game.
What's M4, you mean?
M5. Triple.
Oh, yeah,
Back
yeah,
then
yeah,
when they
right,
were
right.
triple,
Honestly,
yeah.
like, is it crazy for me to say I actually do feel like Twisted Mind can take one game off of Liquid Echo?
You see,
because here's the
they
thing.
twist their minds out.
No, but here's the thing, right? It's like, Mirko, how do we work, right? We have a curse.
We do.
When we say a team wins, they lose. When we say they lose, they win. But it's a best of two. How does that work?
Listen.
The team will win, kind of?
Listen. I think the easy way would just for them to be giving us merch, and then we will just not predict.
Oh,
Because
yeah.
Liquid Echo, they gave me merch, so Twisted Minds is gonna win.
Oh,
I
they
agree with
didn't
you.
give it to me. You know what? Liquid Echo wins 2-0.
So now
I
it's
don't
neutral
care.
here. We got the Wolf Curse, but I think that only applies to Malaysian teams, so maybe we'll use it later.
He is going to be taped up during those games, for sure, for sure.
Okay.
Am I allowed to be in this building when
You're not allowed to be in this country.
I think you're allowed to be in this country, but M6, now that's, maybe,
Now that
maybe it'll be different,
Yeah.
Here's the thing. I will talk to our ministers, and we got to do something about you.
Can you not do it?
You know what? Since you said that, I will not do it.
Okay, thank you. All right.
He says something, he does, like...
Oh, man. Now
Okay,
my
okay,
mind
okay.
is twisted. You're
Okay.
twisting my minds out.
Talk about both teams here. I feel like the way that Twisted Mind actually get under Liquid Echo skin, you know what? Go for the early game. Do what you do best.
Yeah.
Surprise them. They won't expect a jungle invade, so you do exactly that.
And I believe for Twisted Minds, a phrase or a term that they use to describe this team in MENA has been the Twisted Express. So they've actually been able to utilize the Echo Express kind of name
Isn't
and
that a
play
roller
style as
coaster?
well. What, the Twisted Express?
Yeah, isn't the Twisted Express technically a roller coaster?
Oh, that's...
Right?
I don't know what a roller coaster is.
That's a lie.
You know what? If you're an analyst and you don't know what a roller coaster is, you really need to touch grass, man. You got to go outside.
Yeah. I've been planting some weeds in our backyard,
touching grass.
Yeah.
You know, that's
exactly.
You know, at least I know that you're seeing the sun. That's all there is to it. But yeah. Twisted Express?
Twisted Express.
Twisted Express. Okay, so they gotta give Liquid Echo an experience, right?
Yeah.
Which I feel is going to be an experience that we'll be watching as well, because you got an update from Group B where NIP Flash won.
Oh yeah, and NIP Flash was able to take the game number 1 up against Fire Flux, and that in itself is already, an underdog victory. I think most of us predicted Evos and Fire Flux to top that group. No, not you.
Not me.
Who did you predict to top that group?
Actually, you know who I think about. But either way, shout outs to Stream B as well. Shout outs to everyone watching Stream A and Stream B. You guys are amazing.
I actually expected NIP Flash and Fireflux to top Group A. I mean, I know that Evil's...
No. You can say what you want. Your opinion matters, okay?
Yeah.
Like, I'm not gonna shut you down. Like, Mirko, on the other hand, he might... Dude, Mirko, let the man have his opinion, okay?
I'm not doing anything, man. I'm just.
I love Evil's Glory, dude. They have a great coach, great staff.
Yeah.
Great players.
You're a great coach.
3 of their players / staff
was.
Oh no, you weren't even a coach. You were an analyst.
Okay. You know. Let's not. Listen. Leo is listening. All right.
Okay.
Is he?
He still doesn't know. Okay. Don't ruin the surprise.
Yeah. Why? What does he not know?
Leo's been looking for this one guy.
Okay.
That's his whole arc.
Okay.
And he can't find him.
Okay.
And until
sometimes
how does that relate to me? Why are you talking about that?
Because you know the guy.
No, because you know Leo.
I know Leo.
Leo, exactly.
I know who he's looking for, but so what? I mean, I cannot reveal to him who that guy is.
Either ways, just saying you're an amazing coach. I love you, man. Like out of all the friends that I have, you're like top 30, you know?
Top 30.
Yeah.
Okay, that's a great honor.
Yeah,
I take it. I take it.
Mirko, you're like top 31.
Oh, God.
Oh man, top 31. Wait, do you have like a? Like, is it also the opposite? Top 31. That means 31 is like higher than all the others.
No. The thing is, I put all of them in a shoebox.
Okay.
And I pulled them one by one.
All right.
Gideon's number 5.
Gideon's number 5. Where's
number
the
1?
Where's the Eterna? Not part of it.
After what happened yesterday,
not part of
it. During dinner, she bumped up.
Oh, okay. So it's at what, 40 now or
29?
Oh wow. Okay.
So 31.
That's
30. 29.
Crazy.
That's crazy. Wow. Okay.
At this point, I wouldn't be surprised if people want to see us again just to see what we're doing.
Yeah.
And let me just say, as you guys see us here right now,
perfect normal.
We haven't done anything.
Right. I bring more updates for you guys, by the way.
Okay, what's your next update?
What's your next update?
So, remember how NIP Flash were able to take game number 1 against Fireflux?
That's right.
They were able to get both games. Now, game number 2 as well, NIP Flash, they swept through Fireflux.
You know what? I'm so shocked. Look at me. Like, I'm so shocked to the fact that I feel like we got to go to an interview, so somebody save me. Yalla.
Hi guys, it's Eterna here, and it looks like we are at the player lounge. So we're gonna take a look. Wait, guys, do you see what I'm seeing? Boston, is that you?
Oh, hello. Hi there.
Wow, it's so good to finally meet you, and you're finally here as well. How has it been so far, day number 1 of MSC?
It's wonderful. It's amazing. I can't wait for game number 3. And especially for me, it's very surprising to see so many pro players around.
Yeah, I bet it is. I mean, starstruck all around, right? Players that you've seen on screen that you finally get to meet in real life. Now, talking about that next matchup, right? We have Homeboys going head-to-head against Team Spirit. Now, we got to ask, who are you rooting for?
I'm rooting for Homeboys.
Wait, what? Homeboys? Seriously?
Oh, just kidding. Of course, I'm rooting for a team from our ESA region, Team Spirit.
Okay, that made a lot more sense because you said Homeboys earlier, and I was like, oh man, that's pretty cool. But okay, of course he's rooting for Team Spirit. But with their next match, it's not going to be an easy one, right? Homeboys made it all the way from the wild card, and now we have to ask you a question. What's your message to Team Spirit for support, morale support?
First, the next game will be super important for team spirit. And I can say, Savo outmined them. Kid Bomba blow them up, and Sunset Lover Satoru Gojo them. Go team spirit and make it.
Make it team spirit. Thank you so much, Boston, for this time and your time as well. It's been great, but we are going to go sending it back over to the studio. So thank you so much again.
Thank you.
Bye, guys.
Bye.
Thank you very much, Boston. And we got to do what Sao has to do. We're going to outmind them. You know, I love this camera. This camera can move around, so we can move around. Like I could go to you guys.
We are just following your flow, right? If you want to walk around, you can walk around, man. And if you tell us to walk around, we'll walk around, man.
So if I say we're going for a break, I can do that?
Yes.
Yeah, absolutely.
You know what? I'm gonna test out my power. Let's see. We're going for a break.
Wait, really?
I did not thought that would work. I legit did not thought that would work. Do you guys think they're giving me too much power?
I think so, man. They need to take a little bit more of the... They need to take all your power away.
Yeah.
We can't have you to be doing that, man.
Yep.
I mean, if you want to... They can't do that. I still have my meds.
Well, still, no.
The question is, do I have power without my meds? I probably do. You know what? For all of you guys at home, every one of you has some kind of power.
Yeah, you
guys
can fly.
You can literally fly. Now we're literally in the pick and ban phase. Team Liquid PH is going to be the first pick. Twisted Minds is going to be second pick. Faramis instantly banned out.
Is this another blitz draft coming out from TLPH? No, for sure that could be, well, the case. Faramis is going to be the first ban. This tells me a lot of stuff, like the Roger to be the priority here for TLPH.
All right, firstly for me, though, They've opted to go for Hoda instead of Tarzan in the lineup for Twisted Minds. This is actually the full lineup. This is the main lineup for Twisted Minds, but mid-series in the grand finals, they actually swapped out Hoda for Tarzan. So that's something that they could go for as well later on in game number 2. But again, on the red side, you're kind of already forced to go for the chip ban, maybe even the Lo Yi, considering how good Sanji is. I think Sanji should know how good Sanji is.
Yeah.
Because Sanji knows Sanji.
Because again, Sanji could chase after Sanji. If Sanji picks up a Yuzong and Sanji goes up against Sanji using the Lu Yi, Sanji might win that.
If Sanji goes with the Valentina up against Sanji on the Yuzong, then the Black Dragon Form could be used by Sanji and Sanji.
Wait, is the Valentina EXP or mid, and is the Yuzong EXP or mid?
That's the beauty of it. We find out.
There was a time where Valentina was actually played in the side lanes.
The gold lane, right?
There was a time that Valentina played in the jungle as well.
And the XP.
And the XP. You know what? Valentina, we even seen Valentina roam.
That's right. That could be.
So who's? Oh, Sanji. Who's using the Yuzong again? Sanford. That's right. So they ban out the Yuzong.
Yep.
This is gonna be
definitely a special. I think this, just the way that we're looking at the draft, very high chance that Lu Yi will be banned out here, coming up from the Twisted Minds, and then again Roger should be the priority here for TLPH.
Can we ask our casters, especially the one doing play-by-play, whenever you guys are saying Sanji, can you be specific?
Yeah. Like so Sanji, I think Sanji is all caps in Twisted Minds, I believe.
But so you have to yell? Is that
yeah,
it?
just
Sanji!
Exactly.
And then when TLPH makes a play, like Sanji.
Yeah. Oh, there's Lee, first pick.
And
immediate Roger and probably an Arlet here.
Oh, they picked up the Minotaur. And again, the Minotaur is an amazing pick no matter what situation.
So Minotaur and
Roger.
Roger.
Exactly. Having the bull and the werewolf.
Yeah.
That's true. You know, a lot of reactivity with the Minotaur as well if you want to go and counter some dives.
Yeah.
But the thing is, with the Lo Yi, you're very, very creative with your dives. You can go for different angles. And as usual, as we saw as well in the grand finals, the Baksha was a great contributor to the success that they were able to found. So it's going to be the Baksha plus the Arlet. This is also a combo that you can utilize with the Lo Yi really, really well.
Exactly. Because Arlet and Lu Yi very good at just setting up the plays. Baksha is a hero that can catch up. It just can really explore the map. Decent versus the Minotaur because of the sustain now. Twisted Minds might go for a Vexana here so that they can answer the Lu Yi. Or perhaps a Novaria.
Oh, Novaria. Yeah, I like Novaria a little bit better here. Yeah.
Novaria and Minotaur, classic combo. Really good at scouting and obviously winning or equalizing the mid lane. So, they went in for the Farsa instead. So it's all about like transforming here for Twisted Minds. Had they gotten the Yuzhong, they're all Transformers.
I think that's the wrong franchise, but
like the Roger has the skin with that, right? But the Minotaur and the Farsa, not really. But I get what you mean.
Farsa transforms into a bird.
Exactly. But
Wait. Because here's the thing. The bird is Farsa's husband. Though,
exactly.
Right?
So technically,
the bird is
you
her
transform.
husband.
We need to ask Lore Leo.
Yeah, Lore Leo. No. So he's got a lot of things on his plate later after this. Okay, so you ban out. You probably ban on the marksman here. Carry.
You ban out like a Claude here.
Moskov and Claude looks to be a. Maybe they're not that concerned about the Claude because they have the Minotaur.
Something in me tells me
Masha.
Great ban. Benny Cutie wants to pick up the
Carry.
No, because he's been picking this quite a lot, which is the Beatrix as well.
Yep.
He's been using it in a lot of different tournaments.
Versus Farsa versus the Roger, it's gonna be good.
I like this Farsa ban, the Masha ban, by the way.
Exactly. Yeah. It makes a lot of sense versus the Farsa and the Roger.
Yeah, the thing is with the Roger, it's very, very difficult to go for any defensive item to go up against this Masha. Usually you want to go for Wind of Nature, and usually if you have a normal marksman, that's the easiest answer. But on the Roger, you get that, you don't get the full duration of the Wind of Nature, so it's a bit hard to go for the counter. Technically you can go Winter Crown, but it's a bit tough to pull off as well.
But it looks cool.
It does look cool.
Right, mid-transformation, Winter Crown, that looks cool.
And then you freeze on air,
Yeah. It's like,
and then the Claude ban as expected, right? Up against this composition.
That's right.
You can dive into the back. You can play very safe in the gold lane as well. But 2 XP bans just to set up for the Arlet.
Yep, CC. Which is interesting because it's CC Roger is like very difficult to pull off because of how much farm you need. But yeah, they're gonna be banning it out. Twisted Minds. If they show their jungler right now, it will not be good because that means that Team Liquid will be able to answer that. So I think this will be an EXP lane pickup. Assuming that the Terza as well as the CC is banned out, you're left with what? Pakiro and Benedetta for Twisted Minds.
How's the Lapu Lapu right now?
Lapu Lapu is a very, I would say it's a very conditional pick that you use when there's a Faramis, exclusively when there's Faramis, N/slash or the Moskov, so that you can dive into the backlines.
Because for Twisted Minds, right? Is
Okay,
the Xborg?
I think you go Beatrix now for your TLPH. And then you put the Arlot in the Rome, right. And then pick up an Xborg, an answer to the Xborg. So that usually
the Pakiro is still open.
Is Pakiro good against Xborg? Not so
It is in XP. But the thing is, I feel like for Twisted Minds, they can actually go and twist Liquid Echo's minds right now with the Xborg and the Roger. Because with the Xborg, it can still go to the jungle. The Roger can still go to the gold lane, and they can try to play around that to just counter the Baksha.
Yeah.
But now that the Arlet has been revealed to go towards the XP, maybe they just put the Xborg in the XP, put the Roger in the jungle, and then pick up another gold lane. They would bully the Moskov.
What can bully the Moskov? I think
Beatrix?
Beatrix will be the best. I think they might not. They might just put the Roger in the gold lane, or in the jungle, then pick up something along the lines of a Ruby, because the idea here is that you're facing up against Louis, so you don't want to really like overdo your gold lane. You don't want to farm dependent gold lane, because the thing is the Louis will just be able to take over.
Oh, Penny!
Okay, against the Moskov.
I mean,
the Moskov is traditionally a counter to the Fanny.
I guess.
And this is Florin, dude. I don't like this at all. I'm just saying it.
I mean, here's the thing. Even though you don't like it, it looks spicy. And when it's spicy, we gotta throw it over to our casters. It's your turn. Thank you very much to Gideon as well as Leo. And honestly, shout out to our casters. Whenever they do a play here, they tell us which Sanji they're talking about.
Yeah.
So you know what? You know what? Shout out to them. It looks easy, but trust me, folks, it's
difficult. It's difficult, definitely. And what's not difficult is the playstyle of TLPH, for at least from their perspective, because it looked very comfortable to the point where at 4 minutes in, you have your Moskov, your gold laner, using SOD on the opposite side of the map, trying to make a play, and still come up on top afterwards. Especially with this one, the Moskov countering the Fanny.
You know, I love the new skin on the Moscow. The TP animation is absolutely amazing. But speaking of which, in this game, we even hear the casters talk about how they should have gotten the draft online much earlier, but they couldn't do it against the LPH.
That's the thing, right? When Wolf said, you know, he didn't really like the draft, I was actually talking about how I kind of like the draft, right? Because with the Fanny, yes, you get countered on paper hard by that Moskov whenever you want to try to go and initiate. But the thing is, you have so many ways to actually dive, to look for the shred as well to a lot of the frontliners that TLPH have. The thing is, they didn't even get to start, right?
No. Yeah.
TLPH were able to dominate in their lanes individually, and they just got out-mechanicked in lane.
The thing is, TLPH, they survive a lot coming in from Twisted Mind, and it's all JP's fault.
Yeah, it's all JP's fault. The Bloom coming out from the Florid, one of the standard heroes for TLPH. We saw that in the playoffs of MPLPH. And the way that they use it is that they combo it up with Moskov or hard carry, so that you definitely have that bridge to the late game. And JP has mastered this playstyle where he can just sit back and be able to farm. The thing with Florid is that it's very weak in the first turtle.
Yeah.
So that's what you have to do. Now the compensation there for the side of TLPH is that they went in for Baksha as well as Arlet, heroes that are not that dependent in the items.
Yeah, the Twisted Express had stood no chance in game number 1 up against the Echo Express, and how they were able to tackle that, I would say, all the way from the start of the game was to make the gold lane a non-lane. Because the Roger versus the Moskov, we were talking about how it could be a skill matchup. It is a skill matchup, but definitely it favors the Roger in this specific matchup.
Yeah.
In this, with the addition of the Florin though, yeah, no, he still got the Sky Piercer. I think it was very, very forced to go for the first item, Sky Piercer, up against a Moskov who was getting babysitted by the Florin. So the Roger really struggled to find its place in the early game.
So, gentlemen, can we talk about Benny Cutie, though?
Benny?
Let's talk about Benny Cutie, though. I mean, like, dude, he made plays over plays over plays.
Yeah.
And there were multiple times where they're like, yo, we gotta kill this guy. But Benny Cutie's like, nah, I'm gonna get you. Low HP, JP, back me up. Let's talk about Benny Cutie.
Yeah, very smart with the usage of the SOD, especially because you can kind of pick where you will teleport afterwards after the activation.
You get to choose where to blink.
And you also have a vision for about 5 seconds, so yeah, you really know where to really get into which part of the map. And you saw that you utilizing the dash, the natural dash of the Moskov, as well as the flicker to get into like distances that you wouldn't really expect. It kind of felt like an assassin marksman in Medicutie's hands.
We've been seeing a lot of different ways to actually utilize the battle spell, or what battle spell you want to actually go for. You can go for the Inspire, you can go for the Purify, but in this case, going for the Flicker was just phenomenal. Knowing that you'll have additional sustain already, it just gave him so many different ways to actually approach the skirmishes, and even very early on, remember this SOD. Usually on a Moskov, you take that and it's like, bro, you shouldn't have taken that. That's not bro. But he takes it, he makes it work, and somehow he outscales everyone so fast in the game. I think in the mid game, he already had like 3 item power spikes.
I mean, like, here's the thing. We make it sound easy, but once you hit the Spear of Destruction, and then even though you have
the
options,
sod.
the sod. Once you hit the sod, dude, it's like you have options, right? But the thing is, you only have a few seconds. You don't have a big time frame to make a decision. And Benny Cutie just keeps making decisions day by day, just like that. So now he's looking good. In fact, let's actually look at our MVP. And I gotta say, with how much we talking about Benny Cutie, though, should be Benny Cutie, though.
It'll be pretty cool if it wasn't Benny Cutie, but I think it should be Benny Cutie, bro.
Well, looking at Benny Cutie, though, again, the way he
hits
the sod.
The sod.
He got corrosion, bro. Just on that corrosion, he rotates.
It's Benny Cutie scoring the kill again. And then he saw up top.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's the play. And I would assume that maybe all the was not particularly looking. And sometimes you drag the map, and then of course
it looked amazing. It looked amazing. But yeah,
amazing.
Honestly, like the Moskov using the first kill with the flicker reminds me of montages we see with the Paquito using the jab and the flicker at the same time. And again, during the entire time, I feel like Benny Cutie dropped very low once, but again, because JP was there, and
Yeah,
like
exactly.
Mo said, it's good for the hyper carry situation when you put our Sony MVP on hard carry marksman.
931 GPM, especially because of how active it was. 4 minutes and 40 seconds, you see SOD being activated already with a Moskov way too early, but he knows that there's a lot of sustain and help for him. Eventually, he died after that play, but he still managed to clear out the lanes faster. And this is very interesting because what TLPH did in this particular game is to not actually freeze the lanes, right? Going up against Roger, he actually called the floor in and just fast cleared the wave.
Kept shoving.
Yeah, that's just interesting because usually that goes unfavorably for any team, right? So maybe this is TLPH really just knowing their limits.
And I would like to, point out the understanding of how they were actually able to utilize the snowball from the marksman, from the Moscow. Because usually, when you have such a big snowball, when you have such a big lead in the early game, you go for the 3-item power spikes, and maybe you want to go for a Windsock or a Haas Claws, or more penetration with the Malefic Roar. But he knew that, you know what, I'm already dealing enough damage, might as well get the win in nature.
Yeah.
It's a different approach to the snowballing nature of, something like a Moscow. You don't go for extra damage, you go for the sustainability on top of the healing that you already get. That was quite ridiculous as well. And no one could touch him. That's why he could just flicker forward all the time. Blink forward. He could only move forward.
Honestly, it was a great first game in this match. But again, we're going to give time for both teams to prepare. So we're going for a break, but after this, we're continuing. We're going straight to game number 2. But for now, we're going for a break. And now we're back for game number 2 of TLPH going up against Twisted Minds. And again, looking at the situation, it does look like even though Twisted Mind wants to play their game, TLPH just won't allow them, and that's kind of rude.
It is very rude, but in the land of Dawn, it's actually what you need to do.
Oh, really?
I think so.
There you go, folks. You heard it here first from Mercury. If you want to win games, you got to be a bit rude.
I mean, they recalled in front of their faces, and that was one of the fastest games today, so they were successful, man.
And we're utilizing their Moscow sooner than you would think. Yeah, so definitely is rude and definitely is effective. And it is something that Twisted Minds have to wake up from. Maybe, of course, they've tried this Fanny pickup. Maybe try to limit it down in the next game. I know that they have their plans coming up against Team Liquid, the PH. Unfortunately, that will not work. Or maybe this is just the jitters. You know, maybe this is the first game for Twisted Minds. Maybe they're gonna be trying again. Maybe they're gonna be twisting our minds once again.
Speaking of twisting our minds, I'm gonna give you a. It could be an easy question. It could be a difficult question for Twisted Minds.
Okay.
Looking at TLPH, who should they shut down? Doesn't matter in the draft, in the game. Who do you target?
Oh man. I think
Benny got the MVP, but should he get targeted?
I think so. Like usually, but the marksman is the target. I think that's a general answer here. I think when it comes to like controlling Sanford, what you have to do is just to force him into heroes that aren't active. For Carl TZ, you can't stop the GOAT, the young GOAT, unfortunately, because he's gonna play. If you're forcing him to play utility, he's gonna play good. If you force him to play assassin, he's also gonna be playing good. So I think, yeah, you're left with no choice here.
Well, I mean, throughout most tournaments I've seen, he has not stopped picking out the box here because no one stops him, right? I want to see someone force him on something like a Julian, but now we're jumping into the draft where Twisted Minds is first pick, TLPH second pick, and they still don't want to see Sanford on the Yuzong.
I don't think anybody wants to see Sanford on the Yuzong.
I want to see Sanford on the Yuzong.
I don't think any of his opponents wants
sense.
to see him on a Yuzong. I think even in the grand finals of MPLPH, Falcons APBren, they were like, you know what? Nah, we're not gonna let you on the Yuzong. TLPH, they always, even when they get the chance to, they first pick the Yuzong. That's how confident they are. Sanford's capabilities on the Yuzong can carry the game single-handedly. So the fact now that Liquid Echo are on the red side up against Twisted Minds is going to be very interesting, right? Because Twisted Minds will be the ones to actually be able to dictate the drafts. They can force out some of these crazy prio bans for Echo to ban out, and for them, they'll just get rid of everything that they want to respect. But I agree. I think banning out or trying to target Carl TZ would be a good way, because Carl TZ is really the enabler of the team. We were talking about this as well for MPLPH, Wolf. I think you believe that, you know, even though Sanford won Finals MVP, you were making a case for Carl TZ because he enabled a lot of the plays to happen. And in Game 1, that's what happened. We got Benny as the MVP. He was the one that took the spotlight, but a lot of the skirmishes to set up for the diversion plays, to set up for the Spear of Destructions as well, it was Carl TZ.
Yep, and this time it's going to be the backshot. That's a ban for Twisted Minds, which, as we have mentioned, is one of the more important picks here that TLPH can have. Harith is going to be banned out as well from TLPH. Definitely a great answer. However, I think TLPH might just let go of the Louis. Kind of feels like they want to bait it out and then pick up Faramis and Arlott afterwards. So there's this chance that the Valentina is the ban here for TLPH as their third ban. That's what I'm thinking.
So far, no one really has been prioritizing the Angela, even if Angela gets picked here. And Twisted Minds, they are going for full target ban. The Yuzong, the Baxia, the Moskov. We've seen the Moskov getting banned, of course, in the first pick, but
Louis banned.
This is very interesting. Louis has been banned. Faramis is open, but do they even want to go for it? Perhaps they just want to go for the Valentina.
Yeah, I think with the Valentina open, it does, you know, fit a bit
Roger.
better.
Oh no.
Oh.
So this is definitely a Faramis situation here for TLPH, and I think they don't mind if they pick up the if Twisted Mind picks up they pick up Valentina, and as well as the Edith. All right, so you cannot pick the Faramis now, definitely 100%, because Edith counters the Faramis already. Then Valentina also counters the Faramis, so I think you're gonna be forced with a Farsa here if you are Twisted Minds. You cannot let not pick it right now because TLPH will just ban it out afterwards. So I'm guessing Farsa Arlott here for the side of Twisted Minds.
This asset, by the way, is just still so beautiful, right? The fact that we can see these heroes.
Valentina is beautiful.
Yeah, right? I was like, I was kind of stunned.
I'm liking her day by day.
Yeah. With the MSC skin, do you think she looks more beautiful?
Here's the thing. For me, my number one is always Kagura. So
All right. What about Kadita, though? Kadita pick with the Arlet together. Twisted Minds definitely want to try that Twisted Express again. Just with a different flavor. Carl Teasy talking about him on the enablers. Now he wants to be the carry. That's a Ling for Mr. Carl.
What I don't like about the Kadita is that you give a big ultimate for the Valentina to have going up against the Roger, right? Valentina alone versus the Roger is already very good, but if you add in the rough waves, that's gonna be difficult. And TLPH reads through that, bans the Kaja, classic combo for the Kadita. Also, a hero that kind of counters the this Ling. So I think the next ban should be Tigreal for the side of TLPH. But then again, this already this Valentina Ling combo is already very strong.
Let's actually start first with the first 3 picks coming in from Twisted Minds. These 3 picks requires a lot of mechanical prowess here. So things could look cool, but things could go wrong very, very fast. So the execution coming in from Twisted Minds, having this first three picks shows a lot of confidence. But the moment, say, the first 3 minutes, they blunder a few engages, not going to be looking good for their draft.
They need to be very, very organized. And that's something in game number 1 that TLPH was able to punish from Twisted Minds. They weren't organized. In a lot of the jungle skirmishes as well, I remember we were just screaming at the TV saying, choose one member you want to go for. Because for Twisted Minds, when they find themselves in these, chaotic and awkward duels, they kind of have their own thought process, every single one of them. And no one really decides who to go for in the skirmish. So yeah, definitely the layering of the CC, the layering of this damage, especially in the early game before they get going, they have to try to organize that. But later on, they can go for that.
Is this crazy for Twisted Mind to go something for like a Clint? If you want to go full burst, like put Roger in the... again, it's crazy, right? Being like a full damage comp, but maybe against the LPS, you gotta go local.
Yeah, perhaps. Maybe a Franco to go with the Kadita. TLPH though, I think they're gonna be forced to go for the Benedetta. The way that they think about this is that they're going against the Kadita as well as the Arlet. They need a little bit of vision, right? So they have to find a hero that can just run through. And maybe go for something very standard like a Beatrix or a Ruby for their gold laner.
What about a Claude?
A Claude versus a Kadita, yeah, that could work. But that means Sling and Claude, which is very farm dependent, which is definitely okay, workable. Okay. Did not expect that to be the choice, but they still did it. So, does this mean Lolita for Twisted Minds going up against the Claude? Or a Minotaur? But that, again, gives a big ultimate for the Valentina.
A Joe.
So I'm thinking like, actually like Franco and probably Franco and Fredrin perhaps for the setup. Franco and Julian actually works.
For Twisted Minds?
For Twisted Minds, yeah.
I feel like if it wasn't Troll, if it was Maro, right? That something
like
Franco
you're right.
would pop up
for
here.
sure.
But the thing is, for Troll, it really does feel like he finds more success on these kind of initiators, like the Grok, the Kajas. That's why CLPH, they've done their homework. They've actually banned it out. And for Twisted Minds, I'm just looking at it. The Cho does come out, so shout out to LaFell there. With the Nolan, too, they get that lockdown. They get the physical defense shred, technically, with the new passive of that Cho. But this is full aggression. Like you mentioned, man, if they don't get going at the start of the game, it'll be deja vu in game number 2.
I think
game number 1, sorry.
Tigreal territory. Oh, there it is.
Yep. There we go. We've
like
been able to call out the roaming picks for both teams. And again, Twisted Minds, I feel like this is all or nothing. And speaking of all or nothing, we're throwing it over to the casters. You guys think this is going to work?
Here with us, the two-time world champ, Carl. Congratulations with that sweep. We almost thought that you were gonna stick with Baksha, utility junglers, like you normally do, but you surprised us with that Ling. I know Assassin is your comfort hero, so how does it feel that now Assassins are viable?
Masaya lang po sa feeling na nagagamit ko na yung mga hero na di ko pa nagagamit dati. Tapos parang nakukulangan pa ako sa performance kaya feel ko mas kaya ko pa talaga eh.
He feels really good that now he's able to use the heroes that he wasn't able to use before because it's not part of the meta. But he feels that even though he's used Sling, he's still a little bit short with his performance. So he thinks he can do better.
I mean, look, honestly, looking at the game from my perspective, he was doing pretty good against Twisted Minds, and it was an uphill battle, I want to say, for Twisted Minds, but he looked incredibly comfortable, I have to say. But I have one question for you, if you don't mind. Now, the MSC title, that's the one title that you are missing from essentially cementing yourself as the GOAT. Do you agree? Is that the one thing that you're just focusing on right now? Is that your only goal?
Yung goal ko lang po talaga, di ko po iniisip yung parang last ko na, parang iniisip ko lang po para sa team manalo. Ganun. Tapos syempre yung pera din po.
He's not thinking about cementing himself as the greatest of all time. What he's thinking about is the team and, of course, the prize money of 1 million USD. Now, thank you so much. Congratulations once again. All eyes are on you. So we're going to go back to our panelists. Break it down for us.
Carl TZ.
Carl TZ. Carl TZ.
And now we gotta look at him using the assassin. He finally got the Ling. Like, I feel like he was waiting for someone to ban the box here just so that, coach, come on, what else do I have, right? Give me the Ling.
Yeah. And I think the Ling makes a lot of sense in this game, knowing that the Roger was up and going in for the Arlet as well as the Kadita kind of gives this runway for the entirety of Team Liquid Echo to pick up this Ling, and then they pick up the Tigreal as their last pick. I think it's really genius because it now counters the Cho. At the same time, it deflects the Nolan, right? Because if you're Nolan and you're going in for these kind of plays, you're always in that awkward spot wherein, are you gonna go? Are you gonna be focusing on farming? Because even the farm is not safe from the Tigreal skewers.
Mirko, if Sanford didn't get that double kill, Carl would have gotten the Maniac.
Exactly. I was actually expecting, oh, is it a Maniac? Because I was looking at the Ling the whole fight, and it was just really impressive to see, Carl TZ still has that mechanic in him. It's, like they said, it's once in a blue moon that we get to see Carl TZ on the Assassins, and I'm glad it's on day number 1 that we get to see it.
Let's talk about Ling's itemization here, because he went for a Berserker Fury first, and then a House Claw, and then a GDS, a Great Dragon Spear. Can you guys expand on this? Like, what's the logic behind this build path?
Well, it's the movement speed that you get from the GTS, which is great because now, after utilizing your ultimate, no matter what happens, you're going to land that stun, knock up afterwards. And also, you can get out of harm's way. It's really just a utility build. At the same time, it gives you that damage. It gives you a lot of comfort when it comes to like team fighting, even in your 3-item power spike.
So much, and it's very rare to see the Sky Piercer built up so late. But
yeah, fourth item.
Fourth item, he makes it work still. He was able to get the executes in the end as well. At that point, you already have overwhelming damage. But something else I want to talk about has got to be JP, because the way that he was utilizing the Tigreal was a little bit weird to the normal sense that we know for the Tigreal, right? Usually for Tigreal, you expect him to go for the initiations, to go for a lot of the cheeky little angles, flanks as well. But for JP, it was all about reacting to the plays made by Twisted Minds. All he wanted to do every single time was to peel or to re-engage better, and it actually made him more of a threat.
You're talking about JP, but I want to go back and actually talk about Carl TZ, because I feel like he's the MVP for this game. In fact, let's check it out, because we got to look at the highlights coming in from our MVP. And again, what a spectacular performance coming in from Carl TZ. Honestly, game number 1, game number 2. Game number 1, Deathless. Game number 2, same as well.
Yeah, you can see some of the important like 4-blade setups coming up from Carl TZ. I think it did it twice, and sometimes this is not one of the occurrences. But yeah, there will be times where he is going to be flexing, utilizing his ultimate, and then look at this connection, knowing that Sano is just gonna be in a killable range, and JP even like missing the dash, which is Carl TZ was laughing because of that. But yeah, some of the plays that we are gonna see is about him just showing us how Ling should be played. Picking up the 4-blade setup once again, to eventually complete the 4K coming out from the entirety of TLPH. I think there will be another play up top if it will be shown. And it's, again, another of those moments where Kaltis is just maximizing the potential of this assassin.
And that's why he is our Sony match MVP. 13 KDA, again, not dying at all the entire match. 992 gold per minute, almost hitting that 1,000 mark, Mirko.
Yeah, 929, 68% kill participation as well. And again, the itemization that's very, very unique, right? The Berserker's Fury right into the Haas Claws and then the GDS. So even then, he was still, you know, respecting the members of Twisted Minds even after getting so many kills in the early game. I believe it was 5-0 that he was before he got that great Dragon Spear. And he's still going for the utility, not the Sky Piercer. Still going for the sustain instead of, you know, a lot of people would probably go for the Endless Battle or maybe the Sky Piercer in the second slot
The
there.
one shot, yeah.
Very interesting stuff. But I would honestly say, you know, I want to go back all the way to the drafts. Twisted Minds, if in the second phase, in the first phase they banned out the Moscow, second phase they banned out the carry, right? At that point, and they picked up Roger. So technically they're already trying to deny Benny QD. Why not go all out? Why not ban the Claude as well, right? I mean, like, it just feels like they wanted to go and ban out Benny, but they were like, yeah, you know what? We don't need to ban out it fully. And then the Claude came in, and like you said, you know, it is conflicting, technically, the Claude and the lane, because you want to farm both of them. But at that point, I think for the Claude, he was just playing like backseat, you know? On the backseat, just farming weak side.
I feel like, again, this is first day. Teams are still figuring out how much they want to extend when it comes to the banning phase. And for you guys at home, your opinion matters. Scan the QR code for the broadcast feedback survey and let us know your thoughts. Because, again, we're trying our best for you guys. Whenever we're reading the comments, it's good and all. Scanning the QR code is going to have an almost immediate impact. But I got to say, gentlemen, this has been an amazing day, and it's still not over. We have one more match after this that we're going to watch after we come from the break. For now, we're going to have a short break, giving ourselves a breather because what a game that was. But after this, it's going to be the final match of the day. We'll see you guys then. 4. Mine is a Phil. Alongside me is going to be Mirko as well as Wolf. And you guys are seeing it on your screen. It's going to be Evo's Glory going up against RRQ Akira. Where again, looking at both franchises here, like they've been at it for a while. Mirko, what do you think about Evo's Glory going up against RRQ Akira? I kind of feel like for all the games today, this is the one that could be a 1-1.
You know, it's so cool to see that a classic derby could happen internationally as well, right? Just even without the RRQ
you're right,
Hoshi,
you're right.
Evo's Glory, the fact that it's Evo's Glory taking on RRQ Akira, you can see them walking up right now. And yeah, I agree with you, LaFell. I feel like for this matchup, for this group in particular, almost everyone can beat each other out, right? We got Evo's, Fireflux, we got NIP Flash, and again, Theo as well, just showing his swag there. This whole team is having fun, and I think that's what's great about both these teams, right? For Evo's Glory and RRQ Akira, they're having a lot of fun here in Riyadh, and that'll definitely be displayed in the game too. I expect some banger team fights from both these teams.
I expect Assassins in this particular matchup. Annabelle has been so good at the jungle. I think if there's one player that really just impressed me the entirety of MPL Indonesia, obviously Kyrie and CW, all those Onyx people are great. I think Luke was great, but there was one standout. It's definitely Annabelle. I think Annabelle just really outperformed himself as a rookie. You know?
Yeah.
I think he's got a lot of potential in him. And the fact that he is just performing so well in that region, and now we're going to be looking at him in the world stage. I'm just happy to see him, and I'm sure that he will be bringing out some banger plays.
Speaking of banger, dude, this is the reason why I love now the MSC. We're expanding. We're going international, where before it's just Southeast Asia, but now we're going all over the globe. Now everyone has a chance to enter the mid-season cup, and the Derby Evo's going up against RRQ is, I would say, in terms of MLBB history, it's one for the history books, because this is the one where, like you said, it doesn't happen just in Indo anymore. It doesn't just happen in Singapore anymore. It's global.
It happened in M1. I think that was really what set it apart from the rest, right? That was when it was called the Classic Derby. Unfortunately for RQ, it didn't really go the way that they wanted to. You know, 3-1, come back to 4-3 for Evo's Legends at the time. But now, with a new lineup for Evo's Legends, with the same lineup for RQ Akira, I'm really interested to see them match up, because I don't think we have actually seen Evo's Glory, or actually just Evo's in general, take on RQ Akira before. Brazil, Indonesia, right? We've seen RQ Hoshi. We've seen Evo's take on RQ Hoshi, but not this.
That's right. A lot of exciting stuff also. Like I'm just happy that Brands is back, world stage. One of my favorites for sure. Yeah, Mr. Bombastic.
To be fair, he hasn't been Mr. Bombastic for a while.
Mr. Fantastic.
He's been Mr. Fantastic.
That's right.
But honestly, you're talking about Brands. Might as well we expand this to the EXP as well. Takashi going up against Fluffy, where they're roughly the same kind of hero pools here.
Takashi has always been one of the expirators that I always look out for, particularly international events, where every time with RQ Akira, I always look at Takashi, because he's really good at playing EXP. And I think that now that Benedetta is also back in the meta game, you're going to see a lot of Takashi Benedetta for sure.
Yeah, so for Takashi, I think the standout has got to be his performance at M4 when he was playing the Benedetta, when he was playing these carry heroes. But for Fluffy, it's actually quite different for Evo's Glory. Back in the day when he was playing for Aura Fire, yes, that was the playstyle that Fluffy was known for. The Paquitos, the Esmeraldas, the damage dealers. But now, he's kind of taken a step back in a way where he plays the Terizlas, the Yu Zongs as well. He plays to playmake for the team. It's all about enabling the rest of the team in the team fights. And it's also a very unique style. Because if Fluffy is up against, some of these players who want to go for the macro advantage, which is clearing up those waves and play on the split push, he can match you even with the Terizla, even with the Yu Zong.
The question is he forced on these heroes because of Annabelle?
Not necessarily, no. Because usually you would say that, right? But in MPL ID, at the start especially, Annabelle, see, he can play the assassins, but he's not always forced on the assassins. He plays the alpha, he plays the utility jungler.
Fredrin is
amazing as well. Yeah, the Fredrin is great, the Baksh is great too. And still, you see Fluffy on the Terizlas. It's almost like it's his new style. Fluffy ain't so fluffy anymore.
Yeah, and I think that they're also paving the way for brands to be successful as well. They're just peeling for brands.
And Clockun.
Exactly. Clockun is amazing, by the way. Gotta talk about that guy. But yeah, Annabelle, I think one of the most important traits that he has is his retry. I think he's very sharp with the retribution, very confident with it, and I think that retry battle is ensued in this particular matchup.
But we got to talk about RRQ Akira again. Basically, in their own region, they've been stomping, right? no matter who they go up against, they'll take them down.
Yeah.
And that's one thing that I still remember looking at RQ Akira. The first time we see them, it's like, you know, they're okay. You know, they're nothing too crazy, but they've been expanding. Now it does look like they definitely belong. Like whenever they go up against any team internationally, they do very, very well. So going up against EVO's Glory, if RQ Akira gets a 2-0, that's going to be quite the statement. Because again, EVO's Glory is the #2 of MPL ID.
Yeah.
RQ Akira, the champions of Latam. So as a champion, you have this ego, you know?
For sure, for sure. Especially the thing is, you're carrying the RQ banner.
Oh yeah.
You know, I think we've had this
A
beef
lot
for a
is on
long
the
time.
line.
A lot is in the line. You know, I think in an interview as well, back then the head of EVOS, he said like, okay, we can lose to every team except RRQ. We cannot lose to RRQ. So that's definitely something that's going to be very, very interesting to see this matchup. The stakes.
Yeah, the stakes are high. And honestly, you guys are looking at the stage right now. I feel like they got to go over to the stage because we got to hear from Sandstorm and Mara before we actually get into the game. I want to see what they have to say for the final match of today.
And we are back, ladies and gentlemen, as we are about to start the 4th and final best of 2 of the first day of the MSC 2024 live in the Amazon Arena in Riyadh. We've had 3 sweeps so far, but this 4th game is going to be an incredible one. We have a team rich in history when it comes to Mobile Legends coming up against a regional giant, Mara.
Up next, we have EVO's Glory of Indonesia going up against RRQ Akira of Brazil. Now, we're going to be starting off with EVO's Glory, and it's going to be an interesting story for them. Nobody actually thought that they would make it here. In fact, they didn't expect that they will make it to the pool of MPL Indonesia, because during the regular season, they were 9th place, 9th out of 9, with a change of roster, adding Annabelle, Dreams, Fluffy, Cloud Kun, and of course the original member, Bronze. Well, they made it all the way to the grand finals, earning their ticket here for MSC 2024.
And the question remains, what's going to happen in their first game coming up against RRQ Akira? Now we're talking about this team, Season 2, 3, 4, and 5 champion of MPL Brazil, and of course, the MPL Latin American champion of Season 1. You're talking about an enormous potential here when it comes to RRQ Akira, and when it comes to them against EVOS, honestly, I'm not sure, especially with them, you know, having an incredible run towards the end of the playoffs. It's going to be one heck of a way to wrap up our first day here.
And I'm curious, are we going to see another sweep, or will we sweep our first 1-all? Now it's time to get this game going. It'll be EVO's Glory of Indonesia versus RRQ Akira of Brazil. Panelists, take it.
Well, you asked us to take it, so we're going to receive it. Thank you very much, Mara, as well as Sandstorm. Thank you for throwing over to us, because we got a lot to talk about. Because RQ, they're used to the BO2 style format, because that's how they do it in MPL Latam. But honestly, Mirko, even though we know you know a lot about EVO's Glory, do you have anything to talk about when it comes to RQ Akira?
Oh, a whole lot, man, because especially after M4, you know, I was really surprised with their performance. I think before that, we were just like, okay, yeah, RQ Akira are a team, they're really, really good, but internationally, it's always just different. But then M4 came along, and they were able to surprise a lot of people, you know, doing really, very well, and actually taking a game off of Blacklist International back in M4 too. And then in M5, there's a cap, I feel, on them right now. Because yeah, they're capped. They're not F-capped, they're just capped, right? Because F-cap is a different team. But yeah, coming into this, I really hope that they can let go and like let go of all the pressure that's on them.
Yeah.
Every single time domestically they perform like crazy. They're basically like,
they need to have fun.
They're gods in Latam. They can be gods as well in the international stage as long as they forget about all the pressure, about all the expectations.
Because you
Just
know
play
what
the game.
You know what they say. In order to get great power, you got to forget about responsibilities.
That is not the
That's
quote.
not, yep. Public advisory, don't try this at all.
I mean, that's what I do.
With great power comes no responsibility. Is that what you...
Doesn't that feel great, though? But yeah, now we got to jump into the draft. EVO's Glory is going to be first pick RRQ Akira. is the second pick. I don't know, every single time someone says Akira, some sharp noise comes to my mind.
Yeah, it's like you just get a headache all of a sudden, you know? Okay.
Either ways, first ban here, Angela as well as Minotaur. Looks like Evil's Glory doesn't want to go up against healers. They don't want to ban out a Valentina or a Faramis as well.
Yep, and this is RRQ Akira special, but this opens up a lot, right? Because the Angela as well as the Minotaur being banned means that Arlott, your Valentina, as well as your Roger, definitely gonna be opened up. And I don't know if RRQ Akira are interested in letting go of the Louis. I still prescribe against it. And with the Valentina being banned out, Evos might be looking towards either Louis or Faramis.
Agreed.
You know, something that I do want to tell everybody watching back at home, for RRQ Akira, you guys might not know this, but Blink has been swapped in over Louise this season. And it's a bit different how Blink plays the game compared to Louise. You know, Louise is more of a risk taker, wants to be able to find a pick that can actually win you the game, but obviously it could actually lose you the game too. Meanwhile, Blink, a little bit more consistent in that department, so maybe that's what RRQ Akira want to utilize here up against Evo's Glory as well.
Yeah,
Speaking of that though, that's why we see the Minotaur ban instantly.
Louis or Faramis should be the ban here for RRQ.
Or let both of them go. Right? Take either or.
In that case, you automatically will pick up the Louis because it's just a stronger. Okay, so you did let it go. I think Louis should be the pick here for Evos, right? Clockun. Dude, Clockun and Louis. That's scary. I hope that RQ Akira is prepared for that.
You know, like, funnily enough, for Evo's Glory, Clockun's like the CW of Evos.
Oh, they pick up the Ling.
They pick up Ling instead.
Oh, wait. Is it?
I
mean,
I guess so, but
Evos is first pick, right?
Yeah, it was. I mean, either ways. We'll figure it out
Okay,
once we.
but I do like the Ling versus the Louis in that case. Okay, so it's Ling. It's going to be Ling for Evos, and I think at this stage you don't want to pick up the Louis because Louis struggles against that. So I think you'll go Faramis instead. Faramis Roger, I would say.
If that's the
Rock
case.
Roger.
Wow. Okay.
Okay, they're leaving a lot of options open. I think Louis still is good for Evos.
Yeah, I think so too. Right? And back to my point earlier, Clockun is kind of like the CW of Evos, where a lot of people just, they talk about how good Dreams is, brands, especially Annabelle, Fluffy, but a lot of people still forget about Clockun, despite his amazing performances in MPL Indonesia with the Loyi pick. Obviously, that's definitely one of the signatures, but even then, anything, as long as he can carry the game, as long as he deals damage, Novaria is amazing for him. The Valentina as well. Even the Faramis. He's just a solid mid laner, man.
I think you go Loyi Arlott here if you're Evos. The other option is Faramis Edith.
Do you consider the Terizla here?
Claude for brands. And Terizla. Oh, this is a big shift. Okay, now I gotta say, I don't understand Evos.
Well, I do, right? So I agree. I think this shout outs to LaFell, by the way, as well.
Yeah.
Am I on? Terizla. Yeah, you are on.
Okay.
Just gotta shout out LaFell here for that Terizla pick as well. But the Claude and the Ling. So when you go for the Ling, or early on already, you want someone to really just set up for it. And Terizla has been one of the ways that Evo's Glory have been able to enable Annabelle on the Ling. So something safe in the gold lane as well. That weak side that we were talking about for the Claude. This is how they like to play their compositions. Ling on Annabelle. How they actually try to balance out the farm with the Claude, because that's one of the main concerns for you, I believe, Wolf, is the Ling goes and invades very early on through mid control and through XP control. So it's all about winning the XP matchup, the mid matchup as well, and now you're probably going to see them set up for that. Meanwhile, Claude is just like, all right, brands, do your thing, just play safe in lane and scale up later with the gold lane.
The biggest reservation for the Claude is the presence of the Grok that is now available for RQ. And then now going in for the backshot. I think RQ Akira have this Claude under control. Same doesn't go well with the Ling, however, but because of the fact that they didn't pick Edith and /or the Faramis, RQ might just ban it out. Edith just makes a lot of sense to be banned out here. Backshot obviously is great versus Terizla, so that you kind of nullify the healing factor for that Terizla, so that's a great pick from RQ. I also like the backshot going up against the Ling because you're great at the early game, but then come the late game, now you have a lot of problems facing that. And to be fair, Evos, they have great late games. So I think they're going to be closing this out with wave clear heroes, like probably Minotaur plus Farsa, so that they can have a bridge to the late game.
I feel like Claude, there's two factors here. One, Brands is amazing on the Claude, and perhaps they want to pick that up early to kind of like make it so that RRQ is staying away from the Faramis. Like, Claude is okay going up against Faramis, so maybe it's like a one stone kills two birds kind of situation where you pick up
Yeah.
one hero and then you kind of deny the opposing part from picking the Faramis in the first place.
Yeah. How about Kadita for RQ? Grab Kadita so that you have control over the Ling.
Technically, the Loi is still up for grabs too, right?
That's right. But you don't want to pick the Loi if you're RQ. That's
Yeah.
gotta be difficult. Because that's Claude as well as Ling. I think you go either Aurora actually, but that might be the last pick. So at this point, you pick up Benedetta now for RQ. Or maybe a Yu Zhang.
Zhang
Oh,
ban.
it's ban out. Yeah. So Paquito or Benedetta for RQ, I would say.
Alright, so damage dealing, damage output, maybe something RQ Kiro wants to go for. Obviously, with the Baksha and the Grok, the two frontliners already for the team, does make sense to go for something of the sorts for the XP. They don't go for the Benedetta or the Paquito, though. They go for the CC instead. And I agree, I see your face. It's kind of like a, interesting pick. I agree with you. Usually the CC, you want to go up against, you know, the frontliners, the guys who can actually, you can actually punish hard, but there's a lot of damage dealers, a lot of mobile targets here on the side of Evo, so I definitely agree. The CC pick definitely is a bit interesting.
Yeah, that's my initial reaction. And now the Loi is there and the Tigreal, as expected. There is no legitimate CC killer for Evos unless we come to the late game. CC picks up the Vengeance naturally, so that's great versus the Claude. And you'll see later, Link is going to struggle versus the CC. But what Link can do is just to go to the backlines.
Yep.
So you're going to be looking for the last pick for RQ. With this lineup, I think Benedetta is... Oh,
They still don't have a
No,
mage.
they need a mage.
Yeah, Vixen. I mean, Faramis is good enough.
Novaria, perhaps?
I'm not sure about Navaria, you know, up against the Link.
Yeah.
It'd be very tough to play.
Or Faramis.
They still go for the Faramis, even though there's a lot of reasons why the Faramis wouldn't work here. But again, I respect that they still go for it because it is an amazing hero. Speaking of amazing hero, you know, I have friends and they are amazing casters.
What, you do?
I do. I want to hear their voices. So, amazing friends, please talk. It's your turn. Even though RRQ Akira, they were very together, but they didn't exactly hit the singularity point. And it took 25 minutes, but Evo's Glory, they got it.
They really did, man. I think, you know, the question is for you guys, were you guys shocked at Evo's Glory's playstyle?
No.
Are you guys surprised? No, right? 'Cause
Not at all.
I feel like this is just the normal Evo's Glory gameplay that we've always been seeing in MPO Indonesia. They've just been always with this kind of lineup, right?
Yep.
Layering, layering, layering. That's what they're good at. They're like a one trick that likes to layer, but they're really good at that one thing that they do.
They're onions. They have a lot of layers, and they make your opponents cry.
I would have thought of lasagna, but yeah, sure, onions.
Onions, man.
Yep.
Evo's Glory are just onions.
Yep. I think the MVP plays that I would say for the side of Evos was when Brands went for the Winter Crown play that we've always just theorized about. Really, really good at utilizing that mechanic, that unique mechanic. And then Dreams and that last Lord Dance was able to just man up against the entirety of RRQ and use the implosion not for a setup, but to actually stop RQ from even getting vision onto the Lord, which was so instrumental to Evo's winning that.
I like how Gideon was like, yeah, try to go through this Winter Crown, fool.
Winter Crown, fool.
Oh, so many Winter Crowns, by the way.
Yeah, so many Winter Crowns, and really show dividends in this game where you feel like you've got the upper hand, and then they just turn things around. But gotta say, RQ Akira, we were talking about the CC pick, but honestly, I felt like it did well.
Yeah, it did really, really well. I think we figured out in the game itself, we were talking about, you know, okay, the CC, usually we pick it up against tanky members, but in this particular situation, it's always great up against NFL, because NFL likes to go for the cross-map play, he likes to go for the mirroring and for the split pushes, so if you have someone there to match up against him and, you know, actually take the 1v1, the duel against him, it's really, really good.
It almost worked, but I think the itemization coming out from Fluffy as well as the entirety of Evo's Glory going for the Winter Crown make it very difficult and very awkward for the CC to eventually have a nice late game. You can see that around the 16-18 minute mark, CC is already like hitting like critical mass and it's just being very difficult for Evo's Glory to deal with. But then Evo's Glory figured out, okay, there's a new meta item. Let's go for the Winter Crown, fool.
Winter Crown, fool. Speaking of which, we gotta look at the MVP because I gotta say, without even look at it, it's probably gonna be Annabelle. We gotta look at the Sony MVP of the game. Where highlights first, Annabelle. Mirko, talk about how Annabelle takes his time. He wants to get the farm, he wants to get the items, and then he's gonna get unleashed.
See, he's a very different player on Assassins, right? On Assassins, a lot of players tend to, especially after utilizing utility jungle for the longest time, they tend to kind of lose that assassin instinct. But for Annabelle, it's still just a very, I would say, self-style. But it works as an assassin.
It works?
You want to be selfish on an assassin, and it works so well for Annabelle. For the most part, even in the regular season, it's so tough for a lot of teams to actually go up against Evos because when usually you would think, you know, the assassins would actually come in to finish off the job, he sometimes in the early game just farms. Even when everybody's low, he's like, nah, you know what? I'm gonna just take my time. I'm gonna farm up. And you can see from the itemization, that's exactly why he chooses to farm. He goes for a very, very greedy build in the Blade of Despair so that he can pull off those kind of big plays in the later stage of the game.
Yeah, 90%, 923 GPM and 68% kill participation. There was a point where he was, what, 7-0? 6-0?
8-0.
8-0. That's how good he was with this particular hero. And of course, we know for sure that the Ling is one of the strongest heroes out there. I think it is crucial for RQ Akira to give both the Ling as well as the Lu Yi.
I mean, again, we got to talk about this because the Ling first pick, like you said, Wolf, it made it so a situation where it's kind of not good for them to pick up the Lu Yi itself. So perhaps that's the idea coming in from Evo's Glory. Once we pick up the Ling, we made it so that whatever mid laner that you're going to pick up is not going to be looking good. So perhaps that's the trap. And I kind of feel like RQ Akira, they should see this coming now. The Ling is a problem.
Even though it's a trap, I feel like, again, they had so many different opportunities to go for the ban on the Lu Yi. Because in the second phase, they completely ignored it. The fact that they gave the Ling in the first phase, and it passed through the first phase is like, all right, Evos were like, okay, we're just going to go for some other pryos.
That's right.
But then they got another pryo, so why not? Just add on to it.
I think overall the draft was with Faramis as well as the CC. It makes a lot of sense in the late game. Kind of good versus the Claude because you have the CC with the Vengeance as well as the Grok. However, the Lu Yi was definitely a problem, not because of the Lu Yi itself with the first skill, second skill, but this time it was the ultimates that really just made it difficult for them. You saw how Clockwood was able to utilize this hero to kind of, psych the entirety of RQ Akira. And we did say that Louis is one of Clocken's favorites.
It is.
Yeah. Now, here's the thing, folks. Like, you guys gave very good insights, but you guys are giving insights inside of the studio, inside of the game that we just saw. I kind of feel like we got to go to Eterna, our Aces ROG reporter, where she's looking to talk to Team Liquid. So, where are you at? What are you guys talking about? Thank you very much, Eterna. And I gotta say, JP knows how to keep it sweet and simple. It's like, thank you, it's great, we love Riyadh. We love Riyadh. It's been amazing so far.
It really has, man.
Food is good.
I've been enjoying my experience.
Yep, Mali is great.
Mali is great,
yep.
yeah.
I love it. I love all the food that I've tried. I love you.
I love you.
Now I'm uncomfortable. But the thing that I'm comfortable with, we talk about game number 1. It's going to be amazing. Do you guys feel we're going to see adjustments coming in from RQ Kira for game number 2?
No, they're going to be picking up the same thing and going to play the same way. No, just kidding. I think
now that you say that, they might pick up the same thing. It's like, you know what? It's just an execution issue. The trap is fine.
Probably. But I think the best thing here is that just don't give a lot of comfort heroes for Evil Story. Claude as well as the Ling and Claude and Louis all together. They're just really just brands as well as Clocken's heroes. It's always criminal to give these kind of the champion teams their comfort pickups.
True.
Maybe just take away one and give out the other and answer it from then on.
Again, right, for Evo's Glory, the way that they can actually make this kind of composition work is, well, for the Assassins, they go for a winning lane in the XP. Right after that Terizla pick, they ban out 2 XPs. It was Yuzong and the Arlet this game. And then in the mid lane as well, picking up just a winning matchup in the mid lane. And they actually did that because of the Lo Yi being left open, and it was a fair missing Grok. Clear speed, yeah, fair missing Grok. But when it comes to that skirmish, trading power, it was Evos. And that's why they were able to create so much space for Annabelle to farm up. If any one of those lanes gets stopped by another winning matchup coming in from RQ Akira, it would be a pretty solid way to adjust.
Simple question for the both of you. You only have one ban. Do you ban out the Louis or do you guys ban out the Ling?
Yeah, I would buy the Louis. Because Ling is a little bit manageable. I can go for the Tigreal. Louis amplifies the entirety of the team. Ling is just, as our good friends from the caster desk would say, singularity. Singular.
He's just singular? He's the one,
yeah.
Maybe he's just one with everything. Maybe he's like a pizza.
Yeah, but then again, Louis is very together, man. It kind of,
so for you would ban out the Louis. What about you, Mirko?
Yeah, Louis. I
you
agree.
ban out the Louis?
I'll ban out the Louis too. I think even though I have been talking about the nerfs on the diversions, I think a lot of the teams, a lot of the players, the top tier players have been able to make it work. So Louis just adds so much value onto the team. I think even the Claude, the setup that they had for the ambush up top was because of the Louis diversion.
I would say Louis should get a therapist skin because I feel like that's what she is. She's really just a therapist. Whenever people want to break apart, she's like, nah, fam.
More together.
More together.
Very
together.
Even more together, make it into a singularity. Maybe that's why. I mean, I don't know. As Asians, we don't see therapists a lot. Maybe that's why Louis is very strong here.
That's why we get a
Louis.
therapist? No, I just rely on my Louis to keep it all together.
What about you?
I talk to you. That's what I
You see,
do.
that's a bad idea because I have a therapist.
Well, I tell you things so that you tell your therapist, and then the therapist will tell it to you.
You're the middleman.
You're the middleman.
I don't know how comfortable I am with this one, folks. I mean, you guys can talk to us in the comment section. If we need someone to talk to, can we talk to you guys? Okay, probably not. Going back into the game. Game number 2. RQ Kira, we're really thinking that this could be a 1-1. Game number 1, it went to 25 minutes. So ban out Louis, first step, and then if the Ling gets through again, I feel like is the least of the problems, because one of the things that NFL is pretty good at is the Hayabusa as well. So one of the problems, if you take one problem, NFL's like, yo, I got a lot of picks, fool.
Yeah. Technically, even the alpha could come out, right? I mean,
Yeah,
this
the
is
alpha
the
as
signature
well.
pick. This was the pick that actually gets banned most of the times. Not the Ling in MPO Indonesia, in the playoffs especially. So a lot of different picks you got to respect from Evo's Glory. I definitely understand the problem for RQ Kira when they want to go for these respect bans. They're kind of already capped by how many power What is a power hero? When you're talking about Evo's Glory, that comes to mind, because almost everything for Anavel seems to be a power hero. This kid is amazing, man. He's a prodigy. But even then, brands respect this Moskov.
Yeah, and also like I think if I'm just gonna be considering all of the options, maybe the real power pick is the Turisla, because it kind of is the glue that ties together. Like if you pick up the Turisla, you now have access to both side laners to have greedy picks. Like you can go for Moskov or Claude for brands, and then you can go Assassins for Mr. Anavel. But then again, Turisla also has great combination and synergy with Fredrin, for example, with a ton of CC that then activates brands in the end. So I think when we're just starting about power picks, maybe it is a Turisla for Evo's Glory.
I mean, to be fair, he did make a lot of plays, and one thing that I do want to talk about, looks like this might be the new build for Turisla, in case you guys are Turisla players. Go for the War Axe, go for the Queen's Wings, and then after that, freestyle. Do what you guys need to do.
Do what you want to do.
Go for the Winter Crown, man. Winter Crown is cool.
Winter Crown, fool.
Winter Crown, fool. But now we're going straight into the drafts here. RQ Kira are going to be the first pick. Evo's Glory is going to be the second pick. It looks like RQ Kira, you know what? We heard the Louis, that's why we banged the Ling.
Yeah, but again, they're on blue side, so this changes everything, right? Because they were on the red side, I would say the Loyi ban would make sense. But now that they're on the blue side, hey, ban out the Ling, you get a chance to pick up the Loyi. You're forcing Evo's Glory to ban it out by themselves here as they swap.
What could happen is that if they do give up the Lu Yi, there's a chance where Evos picks up the Nolan, because Faramis will not be open, Vexana will not be open. You're stuck with the Lu Yi. They still Arlet, and then maybe pick up Edith to go with it, or Arlet and Faramis maybe. You know, there's a lot of options. Although I still feel that Louis is still a power pick, so let's see how that goes.
I agree. I think RQ Kira should be able to utilize it as well, man. In the mid lane, Sagan, he's always a team player, so if they really do want that singularity, if they want to be very together, the diversion certainly does help, but they will take away another global presence hero. So 3 heroes that have a lot of pressure on the map, man. Very good mobility with Angela, Ling, and now the Moskov. Really trying to take away that 4-1 formation that Evos love to play with.
Alright, so if Evos, okay, so that's a Roger. Loyi is there for RQ. The natural answer afterwards is Arlet, I would say. And then you pair it up with probably your jungler already, if you're Evos, like Fredrin Arlet. Looks really good going up against that Louis. But we'll see. Again, another assassin could be good. Like, or maybe Terizla should be the priority, right? So Terizla plus Nolan, somewhere along those lines. Oh, Valentina instead. This will not stop Evos from picking up the Louis, but they might reserve it for the 3rd pick. Right, so maybe they won't go Assassins now. They go Fredrin Arlet actually for Evos with this kind of comp.
This is interesting. Valentina is a very strong pick, which has a very good win rate here in the ever since wildcard. But the thing is, do you go for Valentina over a Louis? Maybe RQ Akira. They already know certain picks is gonna get picked up so that they can steal away the ult. I don't know.
Yeah, I guess so. And right now, technically, it does work in favor of them with the Valentino pick, right? The Edith comes out later on if the Loyi does get picked up in the first phase, last pick in the first phase. That'll be trouble for RQ. But as of right now, that's a good ultimate. One of the best ultimates to take as a Valentina in the early game. The Primal Wrath to be used up in the neutral objective fights.
Yeah. I wonder if there will be a chance where Lolita is going to be the pickup for RQ Akira. However, the Fredrin now not being taken by RQ is very interesting. But then, like we said, Loyi could be the 3rd pick for Evo's Glory because they're not pressed in that situation, already knowing that Valentina is up. RQ without the Roger, do they take the... they still pick up the Grok and the Terizla. So they have revealed their hand. Evos, still pretty much a Louis game for them.
Yeah.
It should be the Loi. It should just be that pick for Clockun. But another way that they can take this draft is maybe possibly an X-Borg. That's something that Fluffy has been finding a whole lot of success with, especially now considering, you know, there are a lot of tanky, beefy boys on the side of RQ Kira. It's already a different ball game at this point. So, interesting. X-Borg was actually the prio pick for Fluffy for the longest time in the regular season, and then they started getting banned, so he had to move over towards the Terizla, and then the Yuzong. Yuzong could also be a pick here. We haven't seen Yuzong in the first phase for a while.
Right.
I don't think we've seen it at all today.
Yeah. I mean, it has been banned. It's just it hasn't been picked up at all. So, again, right now, looking at the picks, they pick up the Vexana here. So far, looking at RQ Kira going up against Evil's Glory, I would say the first 3 picks coming in from RQ, it looks a little bit more solid because they already have their front line. So we can imagine how the setup is going to look like. They just need to build their comp with more damage compared to what Evil's Glory has. I guess it's a mix-up. You got some setup, you got some damage, but I kind of like the first 3 picks coming in from RQ Kira.
Oh, that is interesting. The Vexana. I think that they just won't pick up the Louis anymore, especially because there's Terizla. And usually when there's like Terizla and Grok, you know that this is a frontline kind of composition where Vexana kind of flourishes. It's a front-to-back that RQ might be looking for.
Ooh.
And I really like this Nolan ban because we did say that Nolan is a valid pickup for Evos eventually.
Yeah, the Nolan, any of these assassins that could come through, but they're going to actually ban out the carry and the Natan. So perhaps trying to look for...
Force them into a Beatrix?
Beatrix, yeah.
Forcing him into anything that can't go for Purify and Flicker, right? So you're kind of forced on just like a Flicker. Brody, Beatrix, those kind of pickups.
Yeah. There's this argument of the Irithel. Maybe if Evos will not get another crowd control
I don't
hero.
think so as well. I feel like Irithel takes too long. Like
she doesn't even do well in the late game.
Here's
from
the thing,
my experience.
Like if you want a goal leader that skills, perhaps just pick up a Beatrix.
Yeah, for sure.
Even
there could be a RQ can pick up an assassin actually. It's their last pick.
Yep.
Hayabusa looks really good, but that's also true for Evos. But this time, Edith Vexana looks already super duper good. So maybe they'll just pick up Barrett or X-Borg, Minotaur this time.
Wow.
Edith going to the EXP.
Okay, so trying to just utilize the Annabelle pick for last.
What is a burst hero that can pierce through the Minotaur? So
maybe they pick up the X-Borg jungle or Dyaroff. Who knows?
Beatrix. How about Leslie though? There's not much.
Great in lane, yeah.
There's not much dive for Evos.
But if the Hayabusa comes up, right? You go for Leslie and the Hayabusa last pick. I guess that's why they're hiding Annabelle's pick here.
Yeah, I think you're left with Beatrix. No choice. And then what else is like Frederick doesn't look really nice. Baksha maybe for RQ. Let's go back to the Baksha.
I'm just worried they don't have that much damage. You know, you're really hoping for the Grok as well as the Valentina to really bring out the damage. So, I mean, a lot of control. A lot of control. Is just that when it comes to the damage, the Valentina kind of has to carry this one.
I don't know. For me, it definitely feels like for Evos, they can actually go for something crazy here, like a Lancelot. If they don't go for Hayabusa, they could go for the Lancelot. We have seen Annabelle play this before as well. If they can't find any other assassin, they usually go for the Lancelot, just for the retreat battle as well. Knowing that you already have a Minotaur, an Edith, and a Vexana, you want to have more prio when it comes around to the neutral objective. So I'm guessing either utility jungler, or they could go for that Lance.
Utility jungler should be Barrett's. I think Lancelot should be good here. How about a Joy? I haven't seen that in a long time.
Oh yeah,
saw that in Wildcard. I think it was Chibi.
Yeah, but there's Valentina. Yeah, they go X-Borg. Okay.
X-Borg jungle.
Yeah.
I mean, like again, look at RQ here. They're very tanky. Makes sense. Speaking of which, looking at both these drafts, I don't know, looking at like EVOS as well as RQ Kira. At this point, even I'm not so sure what's gonna happen between the drafts coming in from both teams, but let's see the oneness of both our casters casting this game. This is gonna be the final game of today, so casters, take your space.
It's the first 1-all tied game of the day. Congratulations to RRQ Akira, and here with us, Takeshi, congratulations. Now, EVOS has managed to defeat various RRQ teams like Hoshi, Sana, Kaito. How does it feel to deny EVOS a sweep against RRQ Akira?
Yeah, it was half revenge because it was 1-1. But yeah, it's good to win EVOS. But yeah, I think we lose to ourselves in the first game. We can. Yeah, I think we lose to ourselves because we played so bad in the first game. I choose the pick CC. I think the other pick will be better than CC. So it was half my fault. And yeah, but Anavel is so good, Eileen. He's so good.
But what's important is that you're able to bounce back and take the win and prove yourself for RRQ Akira.
Yeah, that they did. It was an incredible bounce back. You saw they didn't lose, I believe, a single turret at the end of the day as well in that second game. So very strong comeback from them. Now, I have a question for you. Considering your team's performance in previous international tournaments, how does this result impact your team, and does it boost your confidence going forward in the tournament?
Yeah, boosts our confidence. Our mentality are pretty good. We are very confident. We think we can win Fireflux and Nimp Flash like not easily. It will be a tough matches. But yeah, we are very confident. I think we are superior than our M5 appearance. I think we are superior today, and yeah, you will see.
Very, very strong words from Takeshi at the end there, especially after that 1-1 against EVOS Glory. And that is a wrap for us right here in the stage. We're going to take it away to the studio to wrap up day 1 of MSC 2024.
That's right, and I gotta say, I love the interview coming in from Takashi. He gave a lot of insight where he was like, he picked the CC, and he's like, maybe there are other picks that are better, and NFL's crazy on the lane. But let's look at the game number 2.
Yeah, you know, I think first question is, are you guys shocked? Are you guys surprised by EVOS' performance?
Dude, I'm really looking at this game.
I actually am.
No.
Yeah, because, well, this is just them. This is how they play in the regular season of MPL. Wait, I've said this before, and that's because they're playing the same style. We were talking about how mid-prio is
the draft for EVOS anymore. Like, it probably doesn't matter because I really thought that they had this in the bag. They have a great competition. By the way, Takash as well as Sagan. And this is done off cam. I told you, and this was I kind of called that the ultimate from the X-Borg from Sagan will be the finisher. But the Takash initiation was the one that started it all. It was actually the precursor on why RQ was able to win that match.
And again, it's the same build path, right? The War Axe into the Queen's Wings, and then obviously just the other items to finish it off with the Blade Armor here up against the Claude. And really, even in the late game, you really never saw Brands become the ultimate threat that he'd be. Even with the full items, dude. Even with the Winter Crown. And okay, I have a question. EVOS, all of them Winter Crown Wolf.
Yeah.
Are they like overusing it? Because the Wind of Nature, I feel like, would have been a bit better up against the Beatrix. He was one-shot a couple of times too.
Yeah, I have to agree with you. I think this Winter Crown that was picked up by many members of EVOS was definitely overthinking the meta item that we have. Maybe it worked in the previous game. It definitely was a surprise, but it seems like RQ are really prepared for that. They're not allowing, they're actually forcing the Winter Crowns, forcing the Immortalities. Even the Immortality on both Fluffy as well as the NFL, the X-Borg, they were forced out so easily because of how the Beatrix plays it. Gusta Lagusta was on point with the Renner, and he was able to force out so many ultimates and Immortalities because of that.
I gotta say, looking at the draft coming in from RQ Akira, this is like a very meta draft a few metas ago, so maybe it's a bit of a comfort. I don't know. We got to look at our Sony MVP of the game. And again, we are going to get to see the highlights again coming in from our MVP. And I believe the MVP is going to be Takash. Like our analysts did say, honestly, a lot of members coming in from RQ Akira. King winning those retry battles, really setting the tone for the team. But engages coming in from Takash has been amazing.
There's so many good ultimates to copy here for Sagan, and they will go for the combo again. This will be eventually punished. And the thing for Sagan is that he's not overcomplicating things. He went for the X-Borg as the primary target for the IMU because the X-Borg is always in their face anyways. Like, he's not able to get into the backlines to get even the other ultimates. But then his combination with Takash this time was on point, and I think the reason why we feel like this was the meta from way back is because they're comfortable with it, and you can see it translate into the game.
And it definitely feels like in this meta in particular, like looking at the team fight meta, the hard commit meta, it's just really valuable for you to get someone like a Yuzong, a Terizla as well, someone that can pin people down in the team fights instantly. It's an instant initiation. It's all about that commitment, and even the X-Borg, I feel like that was a great time to go for the X-Borg pick. You know, there were a lot of beefy boys on the side of RQ Kira, but we really didn't get to see these team fights play out all the way to like the later parts. So layering gets a bit tougher for EVO's Glory compared to game number 1, where they had assassins, they could just layer their damage. Here they had to layer their skills on top of their damage for the CC, and it really didn't work out.
I think the main difference here is that the Edith was picked up in the EXP lane and they went for the Minotaur. If you combine those two beefy heroes together, they're quite passive. And if you combine it with the Vexana, that's even more passive. They're waiting for people to come into their box and punish them. However, because of how fast the side of our Akira played, and Frederick was also very much on point when it comes to like allowing for the Valentina to deal the damage eventually, and then Takash was just very active in this game, that allowed them to really just punish this slow meta game from EVO's Glory.
So, based on what you guys have been saying, talking about the layering when you're coming into the team fight, it looks like you got to go Riyadh or go home. Get it, go big or go home. Fully engage. Once you decide to fight.
That's a 2 out of 10 for me.
I'll give that a solid 1.
You know what? Mark your calendars. Because on July 7th, the Soul Vessel Series skins, Amon Vessel of Deceit, as well as Hanabi Vessel of Rage, are slated for a stunning reveal. Don't miss out. So make sure you guys grab it while you guys still can. And listen, Mirko, we've agreed, right? Throw out a bunch of 2s, and just like the skin, you're going to get a 10.
Exactly, right? You throw out some of the other skins and you get this skin? Is that what we're heading to?
Our jokes, and then a big skin.
Ah, so the battle will then go ahead and check out the, as Wolf says it's the wrong way, but Amon. Just say Amon, man. It sounds way better. What's wrong with you? Hanabi as well. If you play Hanabi, like me, I don't play Hanabi.
Amon. It's always been Amon.
You and Arashi are the same, you know? When you talk about Amon all the time, it's Amon, bro.
I mean Jays.
Yeah, same guy.
Same guy.
And, you know, shout outs to Jays if you're watching. And for you guys in the comment section, is it Amon or Amon or Amon?
Do you say it that way?
I say Amon. Amon. That's how I say it. That's why I don't cast anymore. I'm just a host.
Ah.
It's like, and look at Amon.
That actually sounds good.
Yeah,
maybe you should become a caster.
Maybe I should become a caster?
Yeah.
You know what?
What if it's Kyrie on the Amon?
Kyrie!
All right, you know what? Now you're a Desk host.
You know what? Here's the thing. You guys want to hear something crazy?
Sure.
If you guys want to hear something crazy, then I'm going to delay it. But what I'm not going to delay is the new hero. Jusin, the new mage hero, arrives on June 29. Well, it's here now. With the exclusive pack, get the hero and the Ethereal Serenity skin during the launch week. It's only 469 diamonds. You guys can also get her skin for only 51 diamonds if you grab it right now. It's only during like the first 14 days, so while it's still up, make sure you guys get it. Do you guys still want to know the crazy news?
Yes.
Okay, I'm still going to hold it in.
All right. Well, you know, do you want a translation for the Juicin hero
Sure,
all the Gen Zs out there who wants brain rot?
Sure, go ahead.
Well, there you go, guys. If you guys want to play Juicin because of the Skibbity Gyat, you can be an absolute Sigma by picking it up in the store.
Man, this is
This makes me feel old, Wolf. This makes me feel old. How does it make you feel?
I feel like I never ever wanna I wanna tear my ears apart, dude.
You know what will tear your ears back in?
What?
What?
We gotta say the first day of MSC at EWC, we've hit 1 million plus.
Whoa!
PCU. And again, that's amazing. This is day number 1 as a way of saying thanks to all of you guys for the support that you guys have been giving. We're gonna give an in-game code that you guys can redeem for yourself, well, in the in-game app, keep on supporting the stream.
Wow.
Stream A, you know, we've done all the games, but Stream B is still going on. It's See You Soon going up against SRG, Selangor Red Giants. Can you guys believe we've hit over 1 million PCU?
Absolutely. I think this was really monumental. Thank you so much for the viewers, for everyone the hype that is hyping up MSC. It's a very important event for us as talents, and very important as part of the community. We're just very happy to hit 1 million PCU the first day, dude.
It's all because of you guys. I personally expected it because I know how crazy you guys can be with all your support for MLBB and MLBB Esports, especially considering, you know, the big teams we're all playing today.
Yeah.
So keep supporting tomorrow because we're going to have some fire matchups.
So, how would Gen Z react to that?
That was lit.
Slaps.
That slaps. That's a banger. Lit, fam.
Dude, here's the thing. I did not expect for us to hit 1 million. I expected us to get 3.
First 3? Like 3 million?
3 million. But now let's look at tomorrow's schedule and see maybe we can hit 3 million for tomorrow. So again, for tomorrow, these are the games. It's going to be RRQ going up against Fireflux, EVOS going up against NIP Flash, and then later on it's going to be RRQ and NIP Flash again, and then Fireflux going up against EVOS.
Wow, so we're going to wrap up Group A tomorrow.
That's right.
Straight up with all these 4 matches being played. With Fireflux losing earlier to NIP Flash, this definitely sets the stakes. It's 1-1 RRQ Evos. I love Nip Flash.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think you were very clear about wanting to see NIP Flash, both of you. And I am excited for you to see NIP Flash.
You know what? I'm so excited for you guys at home again. Big thanks for over 1 million PCU. My name is Milafel. This is Mirko. This is Wolf. You guys have been amazing. It's not the end of the day. Stream B is still going on. But now, let's actually watch the Kadia play of the day.